Ghosts and goblins run amok in the caverns of Rhine, slinging petty corruption, the seventh sign. Give it. Give it to you. And I do what it takes to give it to you. Step into the realms of space where nobody goes. Only the baddest motherfuckers are the ones that are chose. Some of the coolest individuals on the planet, we said. Best believe that we can buck or give a damn if we care. No collision supervision, but my family is here. And my mama taught my, I can't say that word, that was under the stairs. One of those who suffered life and then unprepared. My hunger is thunder. You a Chuck E. Cheese bouncer jumping off the boss. What? I'm sick as a cough. Did I mention it's raw? Your predicament's flawed. Flawed means fucked up. Serving out of the oven, not fried, slow roast, no coast. Tuck your tail and hide. You scared? Give it. Give it to you. And I do what it takes to give it to you. I officially do it with guns on fort. We lock down traps, push caps galore. My whiz cook work till it scale like fish. My old earth even known to handle biz. I served whip out of whips, whip out cash. Usually keep a G-pack on the dash. Try to test my gangsta, I bring harm. I'm as slick as Freeway Rick and Nicholas Barnes. My uptown Nikes hold caps and cheddar. My waistline hold a 4-pound Beretta. I'll shoelace your face just to learn you better. My ox so sharp it cut through leather. My rap name Killer, my street name Skunk. I mastered the music that was born in the Bronx. I switch my slang, spit from my mouth. I'm still all coast, my coast the south. Yeah, give it to you. Yeah, give it to you. And I do what it takes to give it to you. Give it to you. And I do what it takes to give it to you. Bust. Float in the flame like a river boat. I can't say that word. Gather round the river, cause I'm gonna set you all free. Do what I say and you'll have all the power. Make the suckers dance and charge them by the hour. Stopping the clocks when you do that thing. Now you're gonna shake for the Mississippi King. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send for your medicine. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send for your medicine. You were the queen of a second horse town. All of his buddies can't be rodeo clowns. Light them with sugar till the river runs bone dry. Serving up the fantasies. Unlimited supply. Stopping the clocks when you do that thing. Now you're gonna shake for the Mississippi King. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send for your medicine. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send for your medicine. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send for your medicine. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send for your medicine. I know you've been bruised by losers, lovers, and liars. Set the tables long, baby. Labor lives no longer. Spend all your life and you wish it were flowers. Your camera's full of pedals, can't back up those hours. Stopping the clocks when you do that thing. Now you're gonna shake for the Mississippi King. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send. Now you're gonna send for your medicine. Now you're gonna send, now you're gonna send. Now you're gonna send for your medicine. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice Friday, doing well the usual. Hello, Chad. I'm back. Hope you had a nice Thursday night. I'm back. I'm alive. Dog. Hope you guys are doing okay. What's up? I'm doing good. I'm feeling pretty good. It's Friday. Playing Vampire. I mean, it feels like 2004 all over again. Hold on. February 20th, 2004. Let's see what happened that day on Wikipedia. Portal, current events. Oh, wait. Sorry, I actually seeing this would happen in February 20th, 2004. February 20th, 2004. It gave me a bit of whiplash. I'm not even gonna lie. I I actually did experience some whiplash so hard I just forgot what was going on. Ramon, I've started reading Mineko thinking it was woke and battlers only talking about fondling his cousin's boobs. What's up with that? Uh keep playing. You can't play through the uh you can't hear about a woke game and play the first 30 minutes and say what's up, what's going on here. You got to go a little bit further. Battler is your filter point. If you do that, Ryukishi's won. You can't let him win. It's a 1v1 and he's winning right now. I just think it's funny. Oh, trust me when I say, okay, this is very mid 2000s core. I feel like we've all engaged with enough of Nanaka Koroni in our lives now. You know, we're all adults. My theory for that is in reaction to the early 2000s jokes, quotations that are essentially just like older character hits on a character that looks visibly young. Do you know what I mean? My read, Higurashi had a lot more of shit like that. This is why I do not recommend Higurashi in the same way I recommend Umineko. That is not to say it is bad or like that Umineko is perfect in the way that it does all its jokes and how it expresses these things. But to me, with context of the story, it is like looking back at an old joke you made 10 years ago and thinking, oh my God, Krongo, you know? Because Higurashi absolutely did have a lot of jokes like that. 1000%. But No, he's a woke king. There are few artists. There are few, essentially writers. I would go to bat for. And Ryukishi is truly. I mean, he's the main one. Ryukishi Zero Nana, that's the guy. He did Silent Hill F, and I liked the first half of that game. I need to play the other half. Betrayal is not an endorsement. Yes, absolutely. But it's one of those things, you know, where it's like being an artist and looking back at what was cool to you 10, 15 years prior, and then growing up and looking at that and cringing. There may be no more realistic experience in the modern day than that. Let's be honest. Let's be completely honest here. All that to say, keep playing. Did you know he was a social worker? I just want to let you know. He was a social worker. Yes. He was a social worker. I'm sorry, looking at the page for Portal current events on Wikipedia. First person imprisoned at Nazi death camp of Auschwitz was buried in Poland. Latvia's president, new prime minister. Hubble Space Telescope measurements show that dark energy is pushing apart the universe. I was there. Microsoft denies that it illegally uses its desktop computer operating system Monopoly to hurt digital media rivalries. During the past month and a half, the total number of hits to NASA's homepage was 6.5 billion. Holy shit. Nobody is going on nasa.org nowadays. Let's be honest. This is like a relic. They'll just go on Twitter and hear someone else talk about it. Lithuania's parliament starts impeachment proceedings around president who is charged with violating the constitution by leaking state secrets. Lena Schneid, spokesperson for Ralph Nader's Presidential Exploratory Committee, states that Naders will be on NBC's Meet the Press to announce that he will make another run for the White House. You know, it's always a terrifying feeling when a politician's name pops up purple on this list with nothing else. I don't know what that was about, but, you know. Louise Arbour is nominated by Kofi Annan to serve as the next United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. 5,500 workers for CN Rail, members of the Canadian Auto Workers, go on strike. 90482 Orcas, a huge planetoid, is discovered by the Near-Earth Asteroid Tracking System. Former Alabama Attorney General Bill Pryor is appointed by U.S. President George W. Bush. Same-sex marriage. San Francisco judge denies request to immediately stop same-sex weddings. Victoria Dunlop, the Republican county clerk of rural Sandoval County, New Mexico, starts issuing marriage license to same-sex couples, citing lack of legal grounds for denial. California Democrats leaders try to withdraw from the divisive political issue of same-sex marriage. A Public Policy Institute of California indicates that half of Californians oppose same-sex marriage. Strokes chin loud. Governor of California Arnold Schwarzenegger writes to California Attorney General Bill Lockyer, telling him to take legal action to stop the city from granting marriage licenses to homosexual couples, saying that the practice presents an imminent risk to civil order. The constitutional monarch of Cambodia states his country ought to allow same-sex marriages. Damn. He also says that transvestites ought to be well treated in Cambodia. Well, thanks, constitutional monarch of Cambodia. Dude, these Republicans and Democrats are getting outflanked by a literal monarch, man. Some things never change, huh? And that's what happened. An imminent risk. Okay. What is this? Israel Epstein. Oh, this is like I mean, this is a dude from like the early 1900s. This is like this is like the what is it? What's his name? Who is that German the German socialist that got sent to the CCP initially? I can't remember his name. Uh what was his name? Otto Braun. That's it. Otto Braun. He's from the era of Otto Braun. Which is a fascinating case where Otto Braun, you see the title of NL's stream, he's stealing your flow. What? What do you mean? Ruskala Daniel Plainview be like, I'm finished. No. No. Urskala. Oh, but he's playing Counter Strike. It's fine. He's playing Counter Strike. It's all right. You can have it. He's playing Counter Strike. It's okay. It's okay. He's playing Counter Strike. He doesn't know any better. He wants to be so badly. You know, this is my favorite part of the stream where the stream of like 80 to 90 people all come into this server, look at come in this chat room, then looks at Northern Lion stream with like 10,000 people and being like, streamer, can you believe this is you're like the real streamer. He wants to be you. Who's that? Who's Velvet Underground? You guys talk about me like I'm the Velvet Underground for streamers. Who is the Velvet Underground of streamers? Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. I know. It like when I said that, I was like, that is kind of, I mean, it is contextually, it makes sense. But that's about it. He doesn't even know you, little gov. Exactly. That's by design. I don't know what that is. Velvet Underground was a very big band in what, like 60s to like 70s, 80s, maybe 70s. Um, not very famous or well, not very well known band, but the most influential band of the modern day. You know what I mean? Like one of those things that like, you know, 10,000 people only bought their records, but everyone that bought the record, uh, they basically went out and did their own band and made their own band. That sort of thing. Which is the Weather Underground. Maybe that's more your speed. Are you asking me about the 7-day forecast? Because I could give you the 7-day forecast if that's what you want. Who are like some people that highlighted them? Like I can't even think of what is I need like a list of people who were inspired. Weather Underground. Oh, you're talking about this. I'm sorry. I was unfamiliar with your your game. Yes. Weather Underground is very legit. Um they they were kind of the they were like a big pushback for that era, right? In a way that was very, very important. They're a bunch of rich white kids who bombed government buildings. Yeah. Look, you know what I think of? Yes, that is true. Okay, if we're actually to evaluate the weather underground, it is a lot more complicated all across the board, right? It's one of those like how what's that one socialist organization in America right now that everyone says is like a cult? What is that? What is that one called? I can't remember its name. What is it fucking called? The MAGA one. No, no, no. They've been around for a long time. They have longevity. In fact, I'm pretty sure uh Chuck D. Oh, is it Revcoms? Yes, Revcoms. That's it. It's the one that everyone talks about or identifies as a cult. That's the Bob Avakian one. Um, it is basically it is the leftist thought process surrounding like figures like say Trotsky where they absolutely had some truly psychotic beliefs, but their output towards a greater vision was still like, you know, they still were being supportive of like anti-Vietnam War, which is a very big deal back at that time because, you know, I talk a lot about the new kind of historians or like the revisionist aspect of historians. And a lot of that comes out of that era of the Vietnam War. And to take like a strong leftist position post what is it, color revolution was quite monumental to where I have definitely respect for anyone who is pro civil rights, especially in that era, right? The ideological aspect is just where we disconnect, but I think about the outcome or the intentions of it, right? You know what I mean? But if you're talking about like say what is it? Oh, no, I agree with you. I do agree with you. I do agree with you. I do. It's it is not good. It's not the kind I mean, I you know me, I'm a little more partial to the Black Panthers. But it's just what I mean is it was a very bad time for leftists mobilizing in North America, and any attempts to more like mobilization I like, even if they are ultimately at the end of the day what they contributed to and what they were a part of was just Fed shit at the end of the day. So it's, I don't know. I'm being an annoying nuanced leftist basically. They suck, you're right. I'm thinking too hard about it. Um but like I don't know. The thing is, and this is why I'm a very big component of I'm a very big component of like I'm a very big component of party loyalty. It is why the thing that I, ragged on Zoran for most is the uh is actually breaking party lines to talk about like DSA shit. Like I don't like stuff like that. That to me is like it makes me a lot more nervous because that to me is like the opening sign of kind of a bad look and essentially like an organized or a movement that can be co-opted. I'm not saying that is the case with Zoran, but that sort of thing in the 60s is why I have very firm beliefs in party loyalty and party line shit because it doesn't matter. Like the thing is, a lot of these leftist organizations that did have a ideological vision, like whatever happens from there to the end of its organization, it is like ultimately just it's a lot easier for those movements to become co-opted. DSA allows factionalism anyhow, though. Holding a party line doesn't really matter. I think that is absolutely insane to say because there is absolutely factionalism. They do not use a democratic centralism model, right? DSA does like they do what is it? Like a form of democratic centralism, not like the Leninist centralism, right? But what I'm talking about is not about the actual inside factionalism. Obviously, even in like say other democratic centralist states, there have been factionalists by nature, right? You cannot avoid it. If you have people who have a similar belief system that will, look at something like if you look at, say, factionalism as a product of like cultural environments and situations, like I don't, you will inherently build a nature of centralism or like a factionalism. The issue is not in the factionalism, but the outside impact. That is where it's unacceptable to me. That's when you're breaking ideological aspects, and I do not trust anybody who thinks like that. Period. For ideological shit, it is a bad look. It is a very bad look and a very like it's not a very Marxist thought process, right? It is like to me that is like what I'm talking about is if you are a part of DSA and you're using the DSA name as an ideological bench to hold yourself, right? As a bench to both push back on you and to push yourself forward. I believe that if you go outside of that to contest things or to pressure things, that is not a good feeling. Organic centralism. Well, I'll just say that I'll just say that there has been organic centralism attempted in the past under a fascist takeover that did not work very well, right? I don't think that I think that if we look at especially Italy in the 1920s, it's hard to it's hard to just purely ideological like pressure your way out of it. It's just better, I think, to have an ideological basis, right? I really want to watch that Mussolini show. What is it called? Mussolini, Son of the Century. I really want to watch that. I really wish we could watch it on stream. That's like something that I would go crazy over on stream. But yeah, like how I view these things is ideological, but I also understand that both like all the successful socialist experiments have shown 100% without a shadow of a doubt, circumstances per region, culture, history is very important to understanding the way to implement socialism, right? I think that what a lot of the West in the past has failed for um, Marxist organizing, especially in Western Europe, like especially in like you know around like pre paperclip, pre Operation Paperclip, that is, um, where or not Paperclip, sorry. What is the one of? Is it Gladio? Sorry, there's so many things. Yes, Gladio. Um, there is definitely a reason why a lot of like from the 1910s to 1940s, there is a very adamant push on doing either slight deviations on like ideological approaches or typically a very orthodox approach in contrast to, say, the USSR. Even though inherently the existence of the USSR invalidates a lot of orthodoxy in that way, right? Like it didn't happen in Germany. We're still waiting for it to happen in Germany. Um, and I think all of that in the history has clearly shown that you need to be willing to look forward at those sort of examples in these previous socialist experiments. In the past, I think a lot of, especially in North America, the flaw has been around like the humanism aspect of it, right? There's like a reason why the or not the Velvet Revolution. There's a reason why that was like a huge kill to momentum. I can't believe I already forgot this. I was just talking about this like earlier. Not color revolution. What is it? I guess it's just the Hungarian uprising. I guess it's basically just that. Right. There's a reason why the Hungarian Revolution was a huge monumental part in the view of the West for like leftist momentum being killed, right? So like I don't know. I feel like a lot of Western culture was just hoping that people would understand these dynamics and be like, "Hey, you know that we're smart. You should trust us." The Great Turn of 1978, 1928 in Moscow corrupted the vast majority of Are you? Oh, oh, I see what you're saying. Are you? I don't, you're not a trot, are you? You're not a whispers trot. Okay. I understand. Look, absolutely, Stalin was not great in a lot of ways. I I'm not going to argue against that whatsoever. But I think if we're only looking at the late 20s, we're really ignoring the context of the early 20s, right? I mean, you could argue around the popular front theory, right? You could There's a lot of arguing we could go from like situations like that, right? I mean, I don't know. Talking about Stalin's exhausting, and I don't feel like it today. It's like I have respect for the kind of like the ways that he did things. Like, okay, there is there is a huge issue even in leftist circles discussing figures like Stalin because he is not perfect. He is far from perfect. I've already said this in the past, but like it does not take historical understanding of, you know, the 20s to 50s to fully understand like it's it does not take somebody a lot of historical information to understand that he did a lot of shit that was bad and evil. And I have mentioned that I have had relatives that were Finnic in the Russian Empire that were, you know, they were extremely they're extremely persecuted, right? Just full stop. But like the thing is, if we only view things from stuff like that, we are just doing like traditionalist views of history. It's a like this kind of process of it is extremely like well, yeah, great man theory goes both ways. Stalin somehow being perfect wouldn't stop the counter revolution. No, he's not perfect. That's nobody. I don't know any leftist who does great man theory for Stalin unless they're uneducated on Stalin. Like, this is what I hate about talking about leftist shit. It's like a lot of people do tend to think either black and white, and it is bad. It is very bad because, if we just do it in the sense of like, yes, he did kill a lot of people, like full stop, he did. He did a lot of crazy shit. If we only view his output from the West as like, I don't know, say collectivization leading to deaths, we can always just look at that and say, oh yeah, it's a genocide. It's a crime against humanity. When I look at that, I think about the fact that Russia was the lone communist state at this point, right? And like with an actual functioning leading towards socialist path, right? Within a purely agricultural industry clashing against the rest of Europe, right? Like I'm sure that the leftists here discussing this know this, but for people who are less informed, like literally Russia came out of serfdom basically. Like literally into like the 1900s they were still doing serfdom basically. It was basically just a feudal society at that point. So like the drastic things Stalin did, right? The mistakes made, the successes made, they were one of the first in actually implementing socialist practices to reality. Ignoring that is also ignoring core Marxist theory. The refusal to look at previous mistakes and actually say, this is things done right, this is things done wrong. This is bourgeois brain off thinking, right? I hate that aspect of it. You're never like, of course, you can't always agree on absolutely everything, but I am always shocked by how people, you know, look at aspects like this of like these, especially the Soviet Union, which so much of its identity is built out of the reaction of the French Commune, right? Or the Paris Commune, that I don't understand how we still have these arguments. The violence inflicted upon rural populations is simply the consequence of primitive accumulation under capitalism. I don't understand what you're talking about. Are you talking about the Tsar? Are you talking about like the pogroms? Are you talking about like Stalin? Because this did happen a lot under, like this is when we're getting into like kulak shit, basically. Counting or not counting kulak violence. Talking about dekulakization. Uh, I I don't really understand what you're saying because like a lot of these kulaks, like wealthy peasants that had all this like land, a lot of them did not want to give up their land, right? A lot of them did not want to just willingly give away their wealth and status when they were in these positions, right? Like it's the same sense as now. Why were the rich going to do that, right? Why would the rich just give us our money? Of course, like a lot of these organized, collectivized, or these agriculture identities, right? These agricultural spots that were collectivized, they would either outpace these old school methods of doing it, right? Of just working peasants, right? Like I feel like it's shocking. It's actually a little shocking to me to hear you say this because I feel like it's something that we've seen not even just in the USSR under Stalin, but even if we view during the era of the Civil War in China, right? Like a lot of people forget this discussing Chinese history, but some of the biggest progressions under like the Chinese Communist Party, like they were put in position, like a lot of people who, while they were being invaded by Japan, they a lot of the people that would be freed or given like weapons or stuff like that, like okay, there were times where they would essentially the communists would take land from the landowners. The nationalists threatened these like serfs that were working this land that if the communists, like essentially if the nationalists win, all their land would be given back to the landowners, right? And all of they would have to pay a debt to the landowners for actually not working the land under serfdom for the landowners, right? And that obviously made it even more extreme and a lot more of an anti-landlord perspective when there was already extreme distaste towards them. I feel like it's I feel like there's a disconnect of history here. I feel like there's like a little bit of like landowners back then had not ever been Like they never had their authority tested. There was way more radical and extreme kind of like pressure from these kulaks, which is why I like saying counting or not counting kulak violence. Right? Well, that's not it only, but you know what I mean. The only feature of decolonization I have asserting, the only feature I disagree with that I have been asserting is that it was a socialist measure. It's just primitive accumulation. I I I I don't really like I mean it's essentially planned economy, right? I don't know how you really interact as a direct like a command economy without also having a central view of resources, right? I mean, I guess if you view it that as like just pure primitive accumulation and not socialist in nature, but I don't know if I really like I don't know if I really believe that. At least like I understand why you would come to that, but I mean, when I think of like primitive accumulation of capital, I'm thinking like the opium wars, right? That's what I am thinking, not like dekulakization. Hold on. Let's move over here. I've been talking for like 40 minutes. I'm so sorry. Hello. Have a nice time, Hyper. Uh, I'm back. Name 20 black people. Barack Obama. I'll get back to this later. You know, by the way, my manager talked to her friend last night and like just discussed the stuff about like from the start of the stream, and they had a fight over it. They unironically had a fight over it. At first it was funny, but now unironically you guys have damaged a relationship in my vicinity, and I didn't even do anything. I didn't even do anything. I didn't even do anything. It wasn't me. No, you didn't do anything. You couldn't name black people. I do name black people. It's just I try to be original. Hold on. Where is my vampire game? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Look, I don't know. Is this white ignorant streamer talking, or is it like do you think there's like some weird stuff going on under the hood? Like I don't think I want to have just a list of black people's names on my desk. It makes me feel weird. Like what context do you see someone with like a list full of names on their desk? Just especially let's be honest, black people's names. Let's be honest. That gives me an icky energy. I don't want to be like these other white people. That's the whole point. I'm not going to continue derailing the stream. Oh, you're not derailing it. Don't worry. I like talking about politics. I know a lot of people in here like talking about politics. You're that one cracker in the sleeve with a bit of more flavor to it. I like that. Thanks. Yeah. I'm the cracker with a bit of crumbs on me. That's it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. I don't like making political conversations sound like sound like contentious. Um because I don't want to make it like a nerve-wracking thing to discuss stuff like that, you know? Um I just have a lot of thoughts. Um I hold on. I gotta go back to Arthur. All this because I decided to name. I was like, you know what? I'm not like those other white people. I can name, you know, different black people every time instead of just being like MLK, Malcolm X, Jay Z, Zed. No, me, a nice lady like me. I know better than to say Obama twice.
What's shaking?
Is this guy okay?
What? Ain't coming back? What do you mean he ain't?
Maybe we shouldn't be treating black celebrities like gotcha poles. You didn't put Jay-Z with MLK and Malcolm X. You guys gotta remember, I'm not worse. I'm not just European, I'm Canadian. If everyone, I'm telling you right now, when people read Jay-Z's name out there in the wild, they say Jay-Z, because that's how you pronounce Z in outside of American English.
Man, that's a tough one. Bounty hunter ain't no good without his trigger finger. Well, hell.
Do you say Dragon Ball Z?
Water,
I used to, yes. I had times where I did say it. Yes, but his name is Jay-Z. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm explaining to you the issues of the English language. I'm explaining to you why I said Vortog when I was talking about the Halo device. You know?
I got this guy with a sheet a mile long, put in on 3 warrants. His girlfriend put up for the bond, and now he missed the court date. I can't get in touch.
That's why when some people go to Japan, they're like, give me a bit of that steak. You know? That's... English is fucked up. It fucks your brain up. And it's even worse, because if you're in America, everyone works off American English. But American English is maybe the most fucked up form of English out there. Sounds like your fault for being Canadian. I mean, I can take that one. I can take that. Got a deal.
Great, all right. The guy's name is Mike Durbin. Goes by the name Muddy. His girlfriend put up for his...
I'm sorry for being Canadian. I should be in America right now, doing stuff with, you know, it's complicated.
Well, I wouldn't normally tell you this, but since you did help me out, trip down at the pawn shop. He's a little fried and paranoid, so we don't usually sell guns to anyone. But just tell him old Arthur sent you. He'll set you up all right.
All right. What's this Muddy Mike guy's playing?
Manslaughter charges years back, but he got acquitted. Since then, he's been in and out for this.
Z is absolutely better than Z as a rule, but proper names are pronounced as they are. Okay, this is kind of what I mean too. This dynamic is a bit of a... This is a Western, like Germanic language tree problem, right? Because there are so many languages, fucking you know, banged in there. Let me tell you how Finnish works, okay? Reading and actually like pronouncing these words are different, right? Like there is a like a written style and there's like a, you know, more of a like colloquial style, right? There's the big distinction between the two. But the core of the language is like it is a language where you are it once you learn how every single like letter is pronounced, there are very few, if any, changes to how it's functioned and pronounced, right? It is very consistent and solid. And 2 thumbs up. Oh, the communist hates English. Huge surprise. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Most recently, he was brought in as part of a big case on stolen auto parts. It's this big chop shop.
That is 2 syllables.
Been in the paper.
Right. I don't think letters should be more than 1 syllable. That's why I hate W. Yeah, back in the day, that was just like a V or a U or some shit. I don't know. Just V. Straight out of Tampere Bay. Draw. I only speak English and there's a ton of shit that annoys me. Yeah. And come on. Yeah, I mean, that's all you really need to say. All you need to know is region Leinen. And good work. But then again, like, let's be honest. Almost everybody in Finnish that has, and you know, gets educated from the public system, they learn either Swedish or English as like a second language. Yes, I hear you.
All right, come back when you.
I want to know about a few places in town. Tell me about the asylum.
Oh, you mean that club? We get drunk and disorderlies and drug bust out of there sometimes. Some fights. The owners run it pretty tight, though.
Republican Senator Robert Thorne, a candidate not accused of being a murderous child pornographer.
Like, actually, being the English language beat my ass so much as a kid, I will never forgive it. I will never forgive it or forget it.
These streets walk lead to the spinal columns of the great beast's hall.
Thoughts on March Madness? Is that the Didn't you tell me what this was last year? Isn't this about like bets, like sports betting? Did I remember that correctly? Where is it? Above a pawn shop. I actually don't know that much about Russian. I just know the general vibe, how it sounds, you know? It's a tournament. Oh. Hey, bud.
Thanks for coming back. What you need?
I'm out. It's a tournament. Oh. Well, I'll be honest. Now I do just kind of expect that if you guys talk about sports, there's probably like some illegal betting happening. Not from you guys, but, you know, I'm just assuming that like someone is going to get hit for fraud or something like that, you know? Like they don't have, what's it called? The determined form when you put the in front of something to make refer to a specific thing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the issues for I mean, honestly, English speakers is always the grammar. It's like the smoother the grammar functions, the worse it is for American English speakers.
got something to discuss, apparently. I'll be at Milton's place in the Skyline Lofts 2A. Sorry, baby. I'll explain everything later.
Is that Elvis? Sorry, baby. I'm still not over the fact that there are people injecting their dick with stuff. Gambling and AI and Ozempic, 0 out of 10. I have a question for you, for a chat here. I went from not liking sports to liking 1 or 2 to liking them even less now thanks to all the betting garbage. I mean, it's sad because I do think sports can be very cool. But it is like, it is at the point where it is like, I mean, wrestling is kind of like this too. Where they're like really just shoving the brands in there. And it makes me feel like I need to stop thinking about capitalism right now.
Hey, hold on a minute there. I'm afraid you are committing a 351. That's trespassing on private property.
But I'm going to ask you guys about something else. No shame. Like, I mean this. No shame. Because I feel like there's like a weird little vibe surrounding this. But I'm curious if anyone in my chat has taken Ozempic. Because it's like the new thing, right? I don't understand any of it. Is it just like... Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? There's like a weird vibe around Ozempic. But I don't know. I don't like that there is a vibe like that. Because to me, it just reminds me of like people essentially like Ozempic for weight loss feels dodgy. That's more what I mean though. Like, I'm curious about the weight loss aspect of it. Obviously, like Ozempic as a drug on its own, like there is very valid use, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know. Can like, I'm gonna just say what like, my gut feeling from this. This is completely ignorant and just, like, detached from anybody actually taking, the medication. I don't understand the negativity surrounding it. Obviously, there is, like, it's less examined. But I feel like the way that it's talked about is almost as if, like, you know, when people talk about, like, breast implants, like, oh, they're not as valid as real boobs or something. Like, who cares, man? Shut the fuck up. It gives me that energy. It gives me the energy of, like, people who are, like, looking at, like, roids, and not that they have interest in taking it, but they just want to complain about other people taking it so that they can, like, feel better about where they're at. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think people see it as like a cheater's way to lose weight, and I hate that. I fucking hate that. The long-term side effects, definitely. The harmful beauty habits I get, but, like, what if somebody just has a bad relationship with their weight that they feel bad about, but they don't want to just learn to love it? Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? But I mean, there are, on a grand scale, there are absolutely people who would be okay with their body, who take it and definitely, you know, like, do it as a way of skipping over their own process. Wasn't there supply issues with people with diabetes? Oh, that is bad. I mean, the shots are like 1K plus a piece. It's Richie Rich weight loss skipping when used for weight loss. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is just capitalism, isn't it? Novorano disc. No, they can rake people over the coals with pricing for weight loss side. Oh yeah. I mean, it's they've shown. I've said this before, but the thing that radicalized me the most was that one dude who bought that like HIV medication and like upped the price by 800% just in front of everybody. What was it? This guy. This guy right here. Uh hold on, a little out. In September 2015, I thought this was earlier. I thought this happened in like 2011, 2012. Australia was widely criticized when Turing obtained the manufacturing license for the anti-parasitic drug Daraprim and raised its price to insurance companies from 1350 to 750 USD per bottle or per pill, sparking a scandal in the United States and around the world. Like this is the Trump administration of business politics, right? Like I always think about stuff like that because I don't know. It's just deranged. It's just very deranged, honestly. But I do hear like I hear weird vibes about Ozempic that is definitely disconnected from the overall systemic issues, right? So that's why I was curious. But I will admit I did not know it was diabetic uh a diabetic injection. And knowing that, it definitely is frustrating. There's an interesting FT article about more people importing untested peptides and such from China because the rise of weight loss drugs. Yeah. I mean, that stuff is. We're going back to Gramsci. Yeah. No, I understand. That makes a lot of sense. But it sounds like okay, when there's a very real issue surrounding things, right? I think it divulges into a kind of a laziness when people engage about it, not because of like what the ramifications are, but just because everyone is like, this is like, we all know it's bad, right? Like AI, for example. We know AI sucks. We talk about AI sucking, but there's a lot of people, if you actually ask them why AI sucks, then their answer will be a lot less nuanced or like wide net and a lot more of the topic, right? Does that make sense? Like it's it becomes less about the overall function but the immediate pressure surrounding it. But I don't tend to like that because it is essentially just like a form of complacent like complaining without actually being informed. Is that it's something I've noticed over time, both from fighting games and paying attention to politics. So like yes, it's sloganeering. That is a great way to put it. It is sloganeering. Yes. And like I see that a lot with politics, right? Where people will argue about say communism, right? And then their conclusion when they're pressed, will be like, it's no celly phone or something, right? Like, it exposes that ignorance very quickly. What if I don't leave?
Whoa there. I'm afraid you'll force me to report at 453. Now that's disobeying a direct order from the security staff. Believe me, you don't want that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that is, I mean, that is with like, that is the flaw with like just weight loss drugs in general, right? If you aren't changing your lifestyle along with it, you will just revert into it, right? I generally love to be more informed on things so I can understand what's wrong with things. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Like, it's, again, this sort of thing sucks to talk about because even what I'm saying can fall into this trap, right? Where I say all this and people just listen and they're like, oh, people are stupid. That's not what I'm saying, right? It's about a subject maybe, but there's a lot more of a systemic issue. Education.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Right this way.
Wow. Thanks. He did haul ass. Well, I just wanted to say I disagree with violence, by the way. I believe you. I have the cash box. Hold on. Yeah. I just lost humanity for taking the cash box. Can I go in the washroom? Like, I mean, stuff like that makes me nervous because that kind of conflation is an issue. And it also sucks because so many people over time, and this is honestly like the old like North American left, this is kind of connected to what they would like. Their issue is that there is a huge disconnect between the talking points of these things and the overall nuance of it. And there's not really an education that teaches you how to think about it. In fact, a lot of the societal pressures surrounding education is actually almost self-imposing, that it teaches you to prioritize financial stability, you know, in contrast to, you know, what you want to do. And I think that can be a very fucked up process for yourself.
Hey there, hot stuff.
Hey.
So what'd you find out about Muddy?
He skipped town, but I don't know where. We fled somewhere downtown.
All right, then. I'll have to call in some bounty hunters to help me find Muddy and a couple of other jumpers. Thanks for all your help.
I was thinking about this.
Right. Sorry about that. Here you are. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot he didn't give me money.
Here you are.
Thanks.
See you around then. If you...
Yeah, like, it is an issue, and this is also why propaganda posters exist. Because you have to explain complex theories to people who may not understand even these core dynamics unless you expose those contradictions with them, right? I was thinking about this a lot because of the actually because of the Vietnam War. Like, how are you guys familiar with the incident from the Vietnam War of like when there are two destroyers off the coast and they just like start firing into the middle of nowhere, like they waste like 200 shells or something, and then later they find out they never did anything. It was just them seeing shit. What is it called? Gulf of Tonkin incident. They did see something. Yeah, they saw the night. That is the worst feeling. That is actually unironically the worst feeling. I'm a video essayist enjoyer, but I love video essays for giving me like background to like jump into topics in a more like you know, it's kind of like selling you on a subject and to get you into it. That's how I view it. But when I've realized someone only pays attention to video essays and I notice that, it changes how I view them. Like 100%. And I actually hate that. I actually hate that. I hate it so much. Where is it? Oops, this is in teams. You're good. Stay strong in the teams. Where is it? Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of people do tend to rely too much just on that. All right. Where is it? On the 2nd of August, 1964, there was a clash between a destroyer of the United States Navy that was collecting signals intelligence close to North Vietnamese waters and 3 North Vietnamese naval vessels. On the night of the August 4th, 2 U.S. destroyers reported they were being attacked by North Vietnamese vessels and that they were returning fire. Later investigation revealed that the August 4th attack did not happen. No North Vietnamese vessels had been present. And shortly after the events of the United Nations National Security Agency, an agency of the U.S. Defense Department, deliberately skewed intelligence to create the impression that attack had been carried out. Where is it? I want to find the one where it tells you how many shots they fire. They fire like hundreds. Where is it? As the torpedo boats neared, Maddox fired 3 warning shots. The North Vietnamese boats then attacked, and Maddox radioed she was under attack from the 3 boats, closing to within 10 nautical miles, while located 28 nautical miles away from the North Vietnamese coast. Maddox stated she had evaded a torpedo attack and opened fire with its 5-inch, 127mm guns, forcing the torpedo boats away. 2 of the torpedo boats had come as close as 5 nautical miles and released 1 torpedo each, but neither was effective, coming no closer than 100 yards after Maddox evaded them. After another P-4 received a direct hit from a 5-inch shell, its torpedo malfunctioned at launch. Pardon me. Where is it? Where is it? There's gotta be them talking about the amount of fucking fire they did. Basically, they fire like hundreds of shots into the air into water, and they just flail around in the water for hours. And afterwards, they just say, yeah, they caused it. While also, by the way, all the communist countries had these same laws for nautical mile limits right here, right? The North Vietnamese stance is that they always considered a 12 nautical mile limit, consistent with the positions regarding the law of the sea of both Soviet Union and China, their main allies, right? So, I really want to find something that tells you how many of these I really want to find the number of torpedoes. Over 300 shells. It is over 300 shells that they fired into the dark alone for fun, question mark. And then they say, we were attacked. What the fuck is North Vietnam doing? And then that's how we escalate the Vietnamese War. Needless to say, this is how a lot of the modern leftist movement really sprung up out of, this era. Like in the West, right? Shit like that. I don't even remember why I brought that up, but, it's a lot of... There's a lot of bullshit of that era. And, being willing to investigate it a bit further is usually, especially back then, very important. Because that's when they used a lot more like lie of omission, lie through omission shit. I remember they said something like they sent like 20 to 30,000 advisors to South Vietnam. They were functionally just soldiers there. But, they're not actually fighting. They can't fire on anyone, so it's not soldiers. They're advisors. Even though they have, 30,000 soldiers on this land. We don't have any soldiers there. Or it's like how people talk about like US military bases nowadays, right? I should do the clinic stuff now, huh?
Out of my way.
Half-Life reference. Yeah, you got it. Yes. None of these were wars. Only in hindsight can we say they are wars. Oh yeah, I need to feed that lady blood. Excuse me. Okay.
I told you, I will get to you when I can.
Yeah, I guess I did. I forgot. It's Kyle Kalinske. Also, I forgot who said it, but I've been watching the what is it? The new FD Signifier video. Ever since you showed me the sports stuff, Majestic, I started watching FD Signifier. Also a black person, yeah. Well, you know me. I only see
Need a
politics.
fix?
Wait, I have a severed arm? I don't remember having this. Oh, it's Brolic. From the guy in the basement. Oh, right. You're right. Freezers. Oh, I need a blood buff. That's it. Wait, does blood buff not buff hacking? I thought it does. Or is it because it's 3? Yeah, it's only physical shit. I thought there was one that does buff skills. Not presence. It's not blood buff. It's not celerity, is it? What if I hack faster? I mean, I do like a lot of his videos on stuff like that. I think honestly, if there is a fighting game content creator I would recommend nowadays, it is FD Signifier and Sajam. I don't even know how much he does for fighting game stuff, but I've seen him tie it back to politics enough to know he gets it. Oh, fuck. What should I should up my security. What else? Oh, I wanted scholarship. Okay. Working on an article trying to address this popular feeling that seems to be gaining popularity in products / sports, esports, and skills competition that everyone and everything gets better and better. Personality in play or products disappear. Hold on. It's just one of his interests. Well, that's probably why he's the most normal person I've ever seen play fighting games. It makes a lot of sense. I was like, I don't even know if this guy is really a fighting game player. He's like too well adjusted, you know? Are we discussing fighting games tonight? No, I'm all right. It's like a Kuma. Hey, what's going on, Romantic Cancel? Hope you're doing good. Which is it? It's not Potence. I don't got fighting games in me. Ah! That doesn't count. I got distracted. It's the mental one? Wait, really? I thought I tried it, but it... Oh, maybe because it was 3. Hold on, let me try this again. Did I save? Or yes. Okay, hold on. Let me do this again. Okay. I have to just to double check. I already gave her the blood. I don't know. I think I have to wait for her. I need to get the werewolf blood. I found the perfect Friday yapping game for you. What do you mean? This is my Friday yapping game. One of the best games ever made. The game ever made. Draw. Who's vomiting? Blood boost? I'm pretty sure I tried blood boost. Or blood buff. Oh, no, maybe it does. Oh, I guess not. It was looking good for a while. Fucking mayhem. Fucking mayhem, bro. Oh, perfect. Fucking mayhem, bro. Where's Kid? I love that so much. It's just, it's like, it is the pinnacle of, it is truly the pinnacle of RFK, period. Where's Malcolm's office? I thought you said fucking man, bro. That's like that's a dude-ass way to, that's like the most dude way to check yourself after misgendering somebody. That's the energy it carries. Do you watch any fighting games at all? No. The only time I ever take in fighting game stuff, maybe I'll bring back the chat bot and have it type a stim in the chat every 5 minutes. Well, maybe you should. Maybe I will notice it this time. Excuse me. Oh, morphine. The only time I get like fighting game content is like if I watch Obama or Seijan, basically. But I don't like watch fighting game stuff for just like watching fighting games anymore. It just does not interest me. Malcolm, are you free tonight? I thought you could swing by my apartment after your shift. You do still make house calls, don't you, doctor? I have something that needs to be checked out. Paige. Do I really have to ask twice? We don't have to do anything if you don't want, but I really do need some help studying for my anatomy test, please. Guess I'll see you around 5. I'm really glad you finally decided to come over, and if you want me to show my appreciation, you just have to ask. Malcolm, do you think you'll be able to get a day off next week? My mother's coming into town on Thursday. I bought a new mattress and some curtains for the guest room. And do you think you can pick up some donuts and orange juice on the way home for breakfast? Hippocratic. Oh, close enough. HPO. Diagnosis: ruptured organs, lacerations, internal bleeding, condition critical. A. Kilpatrick. Diagnosis: severe tinea infection compounded by untreated herpes simplex 2. Frequent bouts of sexlexia. What is, I don't even know, what is sexlexia? Diagnosis: chronic marbopuritis, uncurable. I don't know what any of this means. I'm not a doctor. Forgot how to do sex? Excuse me? Futurama reference? Oh no, it was a Futurama reference? I didn't even know? You guys are making Futurama references and I didn't even realize it? God, that's embarrassing. Wow. I don't know what she wants from me. What's been your favorite game after quitting fighting games? Like, would I play consistently? I feel like I got a lot more interested in playing, like, older games, especially, like, older CRPGs. Because when I was playing fighting games a lot, I did not play very many single-player games. So, like, I feel like after I stopped, that was my way of,
Sorry.
Yeah, I would say, like, I replayed... I played through, Arcanum. That was one. Master Duel? Yeah, Master Duel, I guess. I did play Master Duel when I was playing fighting games, though. I streamed Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel before Elden Ring released.
Specifically?
You said something about blood?
You're straight off the bus. Once a month I get fed vampire blood. Heals me faster. Makes me stronger than a normal human. I don't age. By looking at me, you wouldn't
She
realize
flushed
that
Elden
I'm
Ring
almost
DLC. I gave it a little bit of break.
Who exactly? What's to tell? I can get anything anyone wants at any time. Could say it's my calling. Till the Astrolite. Wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Well, back east some shit went down. Big Apple can't go back.
Was your peak Redout 2 arc during FGs? No, that was after 2. I guess Redout 2. That is a good ass game, Redout 2. Very good game. Yeah, I don't want to rush into it. You should learn Genesis format Yu-Gi-Oh! Monarch is currently a top 3 deck. Oh, I don't... The power... Okay, Monarch is only appealing when it's when it's a rogue deck. Because when it's an appropriate rogue deck, it is always by far the most psychotic Monarchs get. Do you know what I mean? Like, Monarchs are truly psycho material when they are in a format where tribute summoning over cards is like the only answer to deal with things, but they are still behind as a, you know, as a main deck, I guess. You run this stream like a Monarch. Yeah. Dr. Girlfriend voice. Oh, sweetie. Okay, I've done everything here for now. That was pissing loud. Me or the guy on the wall here? You know, the mixing in this game is so bad. It's like, what's that one game where, you know, like, now the flowers will grow. What game is that? Postal. Postal 2. I'm thinking Postal. It is... It has none of the humor from Postal, but the same mixing from Postal. Alright, let's go do this now. You seem like you played Postal growing up. I did, but I would say, like, Postal as Like, Postal on its own as a game is like, I don't know. It's not really like, I think it was a little before my time that when I played it, I was just like, this is like, I'm sure this was monumental to somebody, but it's nothing to me. Okay, I have to destroy. Where is it? What if you have to sneak for a friend? Thoughts on Adam Silver's anti-tanking policies? Anti-tanking? What does that mean? Oh, I forgot to turn off. I need to get the shit from the freezer. Losing on purpose. Oh, that. I mean, that's good, right? That's what we were talking about before, right? Okay, slash the paintings. I think I need... knife. God damn it. I mean, it is weird. King Slains Abel. Yeah. I did that. Oh, hold on. I gotta fight his ass. No, my hands. Get the hands. Much better. Give him the hand. Oh my god, footsies. No. Why are you fighting Jello? He's oil Jello. Is this a boss? Yes. This is a boss. Done. It was a tough one, but we made it out alive, folks. And we got 3 XP. That's a new skill if we want. Hold on, let's get a little hotter. Yeah. This one? This is the clinic, okay. Coaches have to wear suits again? Why? Are we seeing too much dudes just being coaches? Is that it? This is scary? I mean, it is a scary game. This is just how, you know, back in my day, Sean, Texas, this is what happened. This is where the communists converged. And this is the amount of communists that were there. Since I walked in here, I've been able to take my eyes off you. No. Really? I mean it. I'm not drunk or anything. It's fine. I got a nice lady waiting for me upstairs. I just did some crimes for her. Let me save.
You. What were you thinking?
The
museum. That was my event. Did you think I wouldn't find out?
Wait.
Shut up. I thought I could control my sister as long as Tongue was out of the picture. But nothing's changed. I should have expected that you'd succumb to Jeanette's influence like all the others. But how dare you!
I didn't do it, I swear.
Don't lie to me. Jeanette already confessed she tricked you into doing it. It was probably all Tongue's idea. I'll deal with them later. But that's still no excuse for you ruining my museum.
At least I got your damned item from the Ocean House and a diary, too.
My museum is wrecked! Do you understand?
Where's my shit?
Now, if you'd like to atone, or if you'd like to provide further assurance of your innocence, I have one more task that has to be dealt with.
Which is?
I made some threats against my sister. Idle threats, involving fire and her impious satin sheets. She took them quite seriously, and is avoiding me. I want to meet with her and explain.
Please make her scream at us a little more. No, I don't want to get yelled at.
To reconcile, but I'm busy with the club and my other endeavors. I'd like you to go to the diner and promise her that I don't plan to take any action against her. Wait for her.
It's
in the
fucking
back
Azula.
near the
Oh,
bones.
epic. If the parent of Santa Monica wants her sister back, I will get her sister back.
For all her unwholesome.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, for all her unwholesome diversions and irritating disruptions, I should be less tolerant of her. Alright, I'll take care of it. Oh, hold on. Girls rock. Rock me, Amadeus. Guns don't kill people. Guns don't kill, people do. There we go. The Bible. A Greek-English lexicon of the New Testament. Shakespeare complete works. What's your reaction to the KD files? That's the guy who said he loves me, right? That he's like, that's the lady streamer. I think I know that guy. But I love how she yells at me. Yeah, but she's yelling at me, and I don't like that.
What's the hops, bro?
What's the hops, bro? Surfside Diner. This one. What was this? Yesterday?
Hey, where you going, man?
I'll just move along, okay?
Get out of here, man. Where you going?
Why? Why are you doing that? Relax. Hold on, I got a blood buff.
Man.
Get his ass. Yeah. Dodge. This shit ain't nothing to me. Dude, I don't even have a blood pack. Oh my god. Fuck. Computers for grandma. Let me read that. Hold on, let me read that shit. Chat, she doesn't suck enough blood. No, I do. Why is this Italian language? Hold on, let me get him. Okay, let me answer the phone. Hello?
It was a setup. Listen, I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. Therese tried to have you killed. I had to lock myself in the bathroom because now she's got a gun and... Please, you have to help me.
I don't know why the cops got called. Who did that? What happened?
Therese knew it was you at the gallery all along. kill anyone who gets in the way of her becoming the top dog of Santa Monica.
All right, I'm coming over.
Hurry! I don't know how much longer I have.
I'm on my way. Was it a masquerade violation? I think there was a glitch and it gave me the what is it? It gave me a violation for this. Hold on. It gave me a violation because I think it de-aggroed on the... It de-aggroed on the...
Shut up. Don't lie.
The cafe owner, and then he saw it, and then it aggroed that.
We had an agreement.
Romola's type is Italian men. It's not that they're my type. I've just dated a lot of Italian men. Let her do her lines, Romola.
Idle threats.
Just
involving
listen.
Fire and her impious satin sheets. She took them quite seriously and is avoiding me. I want to meet with her and explain that they were said in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, but
I asked
I've
her to
dated
meet me
more
at
than just
Surfside
Italians.
Diner to reconcile, but I'm busy with.
Nice fan base. Thanks. I'm a good influence. What do you think of the guy in chat? He's just a dude. He looks like the inspiration for what is it? You know, the guy that's like business cards and shit. Evil fan base. No, not evil. Nice. Not Gurr. Thoughts on Mario? I don't know. That guy... There's something about him. Something about Mario. Does she only date men from the Axis powers? No. What is this guy doing? Hey.
Hey, where you going, man?
How don't you dare talk to me like that, mortal. I won't. There we go. He looks like communist Bugs Bunny.
It was a setup. Listen.
No, I'm okay. Alright, now I can save. And there's no issues. He is doing the communist Bugs Bunny, isn't he? Our gang, comrade. It's our setup, comrade. Hey.
Not today.
Alright. Majestic, what is this Peak Friday game you told me about? What is a Peak Friday game for the stream? Thoughts on the upcoming Canada vs USA gold medal match? I don't know anything about that shit.
You stay out of this. To think anyone would risk their life for this filthy, tainted waste of blood. This will just make it easier to kill both of you. Help! Save me and I'll help you find Bertram. I swear.
No, I don't follow
Shut up,
hockey at
Jeanette.
all.
I warned you to stay away from Tongue. He's turned you against me. I always looked out for you, but you couldn't stand my success. You had to meddle, didn't you? I didn't want it to end like this, but you forced me. I wasn't sticking my fingers in anyone's pie, dear sister. Of course you weren't. Just like you weren't working with him. Is it any different than the way you treated Father?
If I was in this room, I would say,
Poor deluded dear.
oh,
I treated Father exactly the way he deserved to be treated.
this is what you meant by splitting. Right as I
You don't
immediately
say a word about
do the
Bob.
splits.
Your heart still belongs to Daddy after all these years, eh, sister? At least he loved me. You take that back, you bitch! You never gave me any credit for anything, Therese. I was the one calling the shots. Bertram was dancing on my leash. How does it feel to know that I beat you?
What's going on here?
Obvious. I'm about to rid the night of this deviant, backstabbing whore.
Yeah, stop fighting. I like that dog that's like this. You know?
Fornicates with kind, no less. So despicable. So unclean. You're one to talk, dear sister. Or should I say daddy's little girl? Do you want to know just how depraved the Baron of Santa Monica can be? Shut up, Jeanette. You'd love the world to think you're a saint. When you thought I was asleep, I used to hear Father come in at night. I heard him whisper how much he loved you in your ear before he... Don't finish that sentence, or you're dead.
Go on, Jeanette. Why would you ever say that?
Don't you want to hear what happened? How she became the pillar of the community she is today? Shut up. Just shut up!
There's too many go-ons. Go on, Jeanette.
Would you like to tell the story? She makes herself out to be the virgin queen of the night, pious as a nun, stable as the Earth's orbit. But it's all an act, isn't it? I'm the good girl. You're the wicked one. You've done nothing but plot against me when I had our best interests at heart. And despite that, I've always covered up your mistakes. I've taken care of you. And this is how you repay me? Taken care of.
This is where I would do the split, and I'd say this is what you meant by splitting.
Blame me for every mistake.
Now I would do
Did you
that.
expect me to let you rule my life until the end of time? No, sister. You've had it coming since our last sunrise. Is that right, dear? If it wasn't for me, you would have never survived this long. Remember? They tried to separate us, but I refused. I chose this life and brought you into it so that we could stay together. Obviously, you've forgotten.
That doesn't sound like it gives you the right to tell her what to do.
She's a control freak. People, things, emotions. If she can't control something, she gets rid of it. And you're a wild animal. You'll rub up against anything that'll take you in for the night. Then when you're stuffed and bored, you bite the hand that fed you.
You're right, Jeanette. Therese tried to have me killed.
Therese will never let you live. You've disappointed her. I used you, yes, but I didn't try to have you killed. Therese has no problem with killing, do you? Remember Father? Father loved me. I was a good girl. I always did what I was told. You always hated that he loved me. You disobeyed him. You brought men home when he wasn't there. You were an awful daughter to him.
What happened to your father, Jeanette?
Father came home drunk one day and mistook me for Therese. Because I'd fallen asleep in her bed. Don't listen to her. She's lying. Therese walked in while he was there, and she saw me lying with him, and so she went to the closet and pulled
Is
out
she
his hunting
Hannibal
shotgun,
Lecter?
loaded it with deer shot, and blew his mind out all over the silly clown wallpaper. That's a lie. Father killed himself because of Jeanette. She made him miserable. As I recall,
I don't think
he died with
she
a
is
smile on his
necessarily
face.
Hannibal Lecter. I think it's more like, I don't know. I think the subtext is overwhelming. Can't believe you killed your own father, Therese.
The police sure did. They broke us up for a little while, remember? The first thing you did after your escape was find me. Enough! Don't say another word about that. So, sweet sister, is this how it has to end?
Yeah, I'm always more partial to somebody that's goth.
Well, any message you want me to give Father? An apology? A love
She just tried to
letter?
kill me. Give me the gun.
I should turn this on you next, but I won't. Without Jeanette's assistance. Tongue, you're no threat. I'll call off the feud if that will get you out of my city.
Okay. See, that was easy.
Tongue's hiding out in an abandoned oil tank at the old gas station. I'll tell him that one condition of a truce is that he help you. Our business then is finally complete. What you witnessed here, not a word to anyone.
I can't believe you killed Jeanette. I'll keep my mouth shut. Goodbye. She reminds me of the Danganronpa villain. You know the one. I do know the one. She did shoot the portrait. I will say, the way that your character interacts with her for 2003, I don't know. I'm a little shocked. This game's, I can't tell if this game's woke or not. Is this political? I know. Hey.
Look who finally made it. Thought you'd never find
Nice
me,
nose
did you,
ring, girl.
sweetheart? I've gotten good at knowing when I'm wanted. Oh, so you're who I'm waiting on. Someone must have faith in you, Cupcake.
Everything is
That,
political.
Or they want you
Prove
out of
it.
the picture. Interesting choice either way.
You must be Bertram John.
The one and only. But don't bother with the introductions, fledgling.
I'll check the game FAQs for him. Maybe. This is definitely a case the SVU group should handle.
News travels down the Kindred grapevine like wildfire. And that courtroom spat between LaCroix and Nines Rodriguez.
I don't know, because isn't there there's that one scene in
How interesting.
in is it SVU where there's like a woman who is like hit, and when she is describing it to the people who, you know, do these, like, that take care of these cases, because he was a gamer, she said he leveled up. I will never forget that in my life. Did you guys ever see that?
Oh, you did you? Well, I wasn't worried.
It's peak mid
So why'd you
2010
find
shit.
me? What did you need?
No. It is SVU. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I don't even know if it's supposed to be a joke. I don't even know if it's supposed to be a joke. I don't think it is. Like, okay, please, just, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a trigger warning for, you know, it is still like an abuse thing. But understand, this is why I don't think about this anymore.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, because I'm a police officer. What happened?
These guys, they just can't stand women in gaming.
What did they do to you?
They leveled up.
Oh, never mind. The warehouse, though. I've been watching the place. The Sabbat has a bunch of low-life humans working day and night to move stuff through there. There's some major staging going on.
He leveled up.
Yes, I can. Just tell me when you're ready, and we'll leave. Once
I
you're
like
there,
that's the
however,
thing.
you're on your own.
Does it? I don't even know if it's like supposed to be a joke or not. Like it is so unbelievably like just, it's too much that I hear it and I'm like, this is bad. Hold on, real quick. This is another one I remember. I don't remember if this one's good or not.
I am not. I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I got news for you. Your one friend. I literally thought that too. I was like, I literally know a dude just like this. Like, I'm laughing at it, but like, I literally know a dude that thinks just like that. So I don't even know if I can laugh. The bail bond. Whoa, gas station. Old gas station over here. Hey. I'm sure there's got to be way worse shit for SVU. He leveled up. I like everything about that is just like, it's so uncanny. Like, experiencing something that traumatic and then sighing and saying he leveled up, like, as matter of factly. I don't know. I don't know, champ. Alright, I think this is all I can do for now, so I'm gonna go do it. Is she meant to be tough girling it? I mean, I think so. I think that's the idea. But it's just like the way that, like, putting it that way is just like, I don't know. I look at stuff like that and I feel like, you know, there's definitely art for the sake of, like, you know, there's art that is supposed to test boundaries to express something. But I don't know if Law & Order SVU gives me that vibe. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like SVU is the show that maintains a level of empathy to people in that way. Is the implication that punching women gives XP, or did they just want to throw some snappy gaming jargon they didn't understand? I'm pretty sure it is supposed to be like gamer lingo, because listen to what she says right before.
These guys, they just can't stand women in gaming.
Like, it just seems, I don't know, it seems weird. Hold on, I'm gonna level up.
Freeze, motherfucker!
What? How Dominican are you allowed to get in this game? What is that? I don't understand what that means. I literally did level up, yes. What does that say? Okay. I'm about to feed on him. Watch this. Okay. Nasty place to be drinking blood. I feel like if you're a vampire, you probably don't care about stuff like that, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like if you're a vampire, you're just like, well, I'm hungry. I don't know, maybe not. Oh, hey, champ. Oh, did you see that wolf up there?
Yo, what the fuck?
Oh, hey. Come here. Dodge. 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 Alright. There must be germ-phobic vampires? Yeah, I was thinking that. There's gotta be neurodivergent vampires out there. Whoa. Thanks. Hold on, I really should use blood buff, huh? Or no, Potence is the one I want, right? Hold on. Yes, Potence is the one I want. The cartoon anvil sound effect. It really is a cartoon anvil sound effect. It sounds straight out of Tom and Jerry. Hold on. I don't have anything for this, but I do have a shotgun. That shit did no damage. Dude, guns suck. Hold on. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm not coming for you.
Hey, where you going, man?
No, 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 no. Okay. Wolf. Yeah, the floating text, it's like a bit of a... It's an old, like, source thing, right? They don't know I'm here, do they? Yes, this is made in the Source engine. Alright, I gotta get down all stealthy like. Yeah, but I mean, I feel that way with like all of Troika's works. Oh my god, I actually stood up because I thought I had to press it. Dodge. Dodge. Dodges, 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 dodges. Okay. Alright, well now I won't make the same mistake. I didn't dodge, but my spirit was right. Like that one song, Spirit in the Sky, you know? I'm going to the place that's the best. Alright. Do you think they're gonna see me or hear me? Or will they ignore me? Let's find out. Okay. Oh shit, they're coming for me.
What was that? Huh?
Semi-breaking news. Trump basically said, fuck the court, 10% tariff on everybody. That's awesome because literally, like, the Supreme Court is saying, like, hey, if you don't want to get fucked, don't do it this way. And Trump just ignores them and is like, you know what? Maybe I'll do it that way anyways. That's a yeehaw from me, folks. Damn, look at them paper/files. Hold on, can I bring that back up? No? All right. Yeah, exactly. They're like literally trying to save his ass. But he, oh my god. He's just like, you know what? Nah. Do things my way, because I like it my way. What is the ideal outcome of the Trump era for the global socialist struggle? Like, what should the left focus on? Is that what you're asking me? Honestly, I'm going to... I want to tell you that when I talk about stuff like this, I tend to think in very long-term solutions, right? Like, I tend to think about if you could wish for any outcome, what is actually good? Global leftist revolution that seizes the means of production and destabilizes the current capitalist momentum. Oh, a bunch of Republicans in jail for a few years. Well, I would put everybody who collaborated in jail, first of all, and that's letting them off nicely, because if you know history with these sort of collaborators, they would be like, literally the first thing people do once they end any sort of like ideological struggle, they always kill the collaborators. Always. Always. No exceptions. And it's because a lot of the time they are protected by, you know, in some shape or form, the ruling class, right? I think not jailing them can be a problem. It seems like we're going to need some kind of reconstruction. I mean, unironically, yes, I think so. Wouldn't that sort of reestablish and stabilize the two-party system? Well, okay, you're talking in a bunch of different directions here, okay? You keep asking about the overall best outcome. I don't think it's really worth thinking about that, because I think it's a lot more important to have an ideological goal of, like, where you're aiming and aim towards that. No matter what, like, how much these things progress for the leftist momentum, it is still another stepping stone in their, like, progression, right? So, best case scenario, America as a hegemonic power implodes. That is the best case scenario. And it is the best case scenario because the current view we all have is very much enforced by America and is maintained by America, even in Europe. Europe has, like, understanding global politics comes from, I'll give you two options. You can read a book or you can listen to Invasion by Chumbawamba. Now, the thing is, that is my ideal, but because it's not just, you know, it's more than just me, it's a lot harder to view a grand scheme of things because, like, you know, I think trying to think of things in an absolute like that is kind of bad because I do have an ideological economic perspective that influences a lot of my thought process and a lot of my decision making. But like, the thing is, wait, no, I think I do understand what you're asking me. You're asking me, should we change the way that the system is implemented or try to have a more progressive, like, political, like, politician group? Is that what you mean? I think I misunderstood. But basically, the current leftist momentum has been and always has been stifled by America. Full stop. Like, they have always been one of the most dominant anti, like, Red Scare or, you know, anti communist factions in the world. And it's a lot more complicated to investigate why that is. But I can also talk about that later if you'd like. The best case scenario, because of things like economic disparity. Oh, what I think or hope for. Well, I mean, kind of what I aim for no matter what. Like, I have a very ideological view of how I want to implement these things. Like, I do identify as a Marxist, so I do believe in people I believe in more of distributing wealth evenly according to your input in the process of production, and I believe that an economic system like that should follow. The issue with America's, like, stance in it is that they are the anti-capital like, bulwark, right? Like, they're the pro-capital bulwark. I think I understand what you're saying. The thing is, historically, when we talk about the fall of empire, we are very rarely talking about, like, a civilization that fights a war, loses, and just evaporates, right? Like, it's very rare that sort of thing happens. It is a lot more slow, and it's a lot more cultural, and it's a lot more like, okay, like, here's an example of what I mean. A lot of traditionalist historians view things from the top down, right? From the state side. That means if, let's say, you fight a war and you lose, and the discontent from, you know, going into the war, fighting the war, whatever, the view is that war killed that empire, which is technically true, but it is a little bit of a oversimplification, in the same way of what I was talking about earlier, where people talk about, like, AI in the sense that, you know, there is absolutely a level of, like, there's a level of discussing something where the overall message, because of the moment, it's easy to focus on the worst aspects of it without really understanding the other bits of it. Because, you know, if I hate AI and you complain about AI, I'm probably not going to be checking you about AI. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be saying, like, you're 99% right. The 1% here is where I want to engage you on, right? That sort of thing is very real for history as well. In fact, you could argue a lot of the 20th century history is that, basically. What I say is, from the bottom up, which is where a lot of these revisionist historians look at, it's a lot more slow paced, right? So like what you're saying is true, but it's true in the sense that like what we're talking about here, it has not happened yet, but we are kicking down the dominoes for that to get there, right? Yeah, I think about systemic issues, right? I think about the system. I don't think about the individual actions. The individual actions are a product of the system, right? It does not change when a new president comes in or when a new prime minister comes in. It is a systemic thing. That's what a lot of systemic analysis is surrounding, right? So like when I think about American empire falling or American hegemony falling, what I'm saying is they are at a point right now where there's a lot of pressure against the current administration, and it's quite fierce organizing in that way. Like adding gasoline onto the fire in this way will just continue to make it burn and make it burn harder, right? So like it's one of those things that it's more about the overall analysis than the individual actions themselves, because without kind of viewing history to contrast it, it feels a little empty to do analysis of actions, right? Like I can always tell you what my gut feeling is just like morally, right? But I think that viewing it more as like a chain of these things is a lot more relevant to how things happen. A good example of this is like blowback, right? If we view things individually, it's hard to understand blowback, period, right? And I guess I can explain blowback also if you guys are unfamiliar with it. But here is this Merriam-Webster's? Yes. I like this one more. Negative repercussions affecting a country whose government has undertaken a usually clandestine intelligence operation in another country, right? It is because there is a lot of hate that brews in these countries because of foreign interference, right? And it's funny explaining this because a lot of, people do understand the dynamic of sovereignty, right? But like in the same way that we discuss Afghanistan as the graveyard of empires, Afghanistan did not directly kill these empires, but their commitment into Afghanistan against their people's well wishes, while they're also, dealing with domestic issues out there, that is how these empires fall. It's not about Afghanistan directly winning the war. It's that they stall long enough that the domestic pressure catches up to them, right? That's usually how these things work. Because, think of it like this. If you go into Afghanistan, you do a war, and you get stuck there, you are going to be at a position where you have to either say everything we were just talking about is bullshit and we're fucking idiots, or we commit harder and try to save the situation. 9 times out of 10, they will always choose the latter, right? They will always choose the latter, which is also why a lot of these places exploded after, right? Not to say like I don't want to make it sound like here. I don't want to make it sound like I don't want to make it sound like you are stupid for asking this sort of question, because it's a bit of a it's hard to understand these things without looking at history, right? So I hope it doesn't come off that way. But that is why like I've always kind of stated, I've tied a lot of Marxist thought to historical analysis. I mean, Marx was a historian first, right? Like, primarily. It's hard to understand a lot of old school social dynamics, especially like from the Roman era, without really understanding class and understanding these dynamics. And the issue with that is the modern day, especially in the labor aristocracy in Western Europe and North America, you are going to be dealing with people who do not understand class. So like it's not an easy discussion no matter what, right? But yeah, like essentially what I do think is that Trump is essentially unpopular enough to where that his engagement in Iran, combined with how unpopular wars are, right? In the past, America has always leveraged its history through soft power. And if soft power didn't work, then that's when they did their hard power initiatives. Soft power being more like how they function with NATO, right? It is true that NATO does not demand anything out of you joining it, right? However, if you try to ask for aid without doing your dues in this context, you are not involved, right? Does that sound like a system of like, from a global economy and global government stance, does that make sense? No, it does not. That is saying it is okay if we let terrible things happen to people whose government cannot pay us, right? This is why I like Invasion by Chumbawamba. I feel like it was a tempering force to create more permissibility for the hard power actions. I think a little bit. It's a little connected with the outcomes of like World War II, right? It's a little bit of a World War II thing, because you have to remember, coming out of World War II, there was a huge reaction to the colonialist pressures from like the West, right? That the Soviets would always highlight this disconnection of democracy from these states that would have colonial outposts that, brutally repressed and enslaved these people, right? There is absolutely like a hard power dynamic to it, but it was out of like a necessity with propaganda. That's not to say they are only willing to do things because like, it's not to say they will avoid using hard power. Like that is the whole issue of the Vietnam War, right? It's more that of the time, because they had competition from the Soviets, they had to be a lot more careful about their optics. And that's where a lot of the optic shit comes from, right? Because they did always have a viable option against them. And already America did not have a great reputation, right? And that's probably why a lot of these things that we thought about, we've exerted a lot more hard power since the fall of the USSR, right? Like far more on average. But for the time, it was a necessity for sure for them. And I think they view that tie of like, the threat of the USSR. Because again, remember, the USSR was a lot more involved in these independence movements across the world. China is a purely isolated kind of contrast to that I think does not push capital owners in the same way, because they have shown that they will let things go while they production max. I want to just look at the lyrics for Invasion, because I do fucking love this. I do love this this song. It's such a good description of how the IMF works. Like, it is such a good example. Also, for some reason, when I look at the lyrics for Chumbawamba Invasion on Genius.com, why is Cool Daddy Cool by Kid Rock on here? Not even where's Kid? Why is Kid here? This is like explaining manufacturing consent through a 5-minute song. The first world's got greedy. We're consuming it all. The third world's got hunger and military control. This unequal balance is a master plan. One gets rich from the other's land. They've got it all worked out. We give it our consent. They've got it all worked out for Central America. They've got it all worked out for Africa. And in our naivety, we believe myths and overconsume and give them our consent. Dying in the shadow of the USA, let them eat bullshit, make the land pay. Make a fast deal with the local elite, and then substitute cash crops where once grew wheat. Build a cycle of dependence on a starvation diet. With food as a weapon, workers stay quiet. Multinational names have blood on their hands, on their brands, from taking an interest in misused lands. Del Monte, Tate and Lyle, Ralston, Purina, Coca-Cola, RTZ, and Unilever. All packaging lifestyles for the glamorous West. Expand the company, exploit the rest. A little bit of a cut in here. We're not isolated by distance, but by greed in our racist history. Just a wall's width away. It's impossible to see across the space in front of me. It's we who wrote this history. It's we who guard the money tree. We support the companies. We still the colonies. And there's like a bit of momentum and hype, right? And then it pans into, see the space which lies between the rich and the poor, how the space increases as we keep on taking more. Keeping that space between us all is how the West can keep control. With a mission and a checkbook promising aid, posing for the camera, the United Nations man came. He talked of control and the terrible drought and the way that the West would bail them out. Then he stopped smiling and talked of conditions, of mutual aid, of American wishes. Sending an aid with sewn on strings. If they won't buy arms, then it's pulled back in. Feeding the world American style. Colonel Sanders has an empire behind his smile. Back up the investments with a military regime and then cleverly say it's to keep the world free. This is unironically the most concise way I've ever seen someone explain manufacturing consent and how the IMF does soft power or like neocolonialism, right? It's a banger. It's really good. And this is like, it's relevant of how they do things, right? My game crashed, by the way. I guess I was doing too much politics. Oopsies. I know. It is. It really is. I mean, that is like the core of it, like manufacturing consent is about the like enabling the hard power aspect of it. But just for this era of like what I'm talking about, it's just like I think you can contrast that dynamic of how they think to how they like engage in politics in this way, right? Give us the best Moe face? What does that mean? Or do you mean Moe? Make them eat bullshit. Let the land pay. Hello? I love how aggressively their New York accents were. What are you doing here, man? So, I know this is a very long-winded. This is very long-winded, but all that to say, because of these dynamics and the contradictions involved, when I see a politician just constantly like do hard power and like be ignorant to the pressure surrounding him. There is an advantage for the normalization of those things if there's no pushback. But I think it's always underestimating the morality of people who are just disconnected from it all and not necessarily partisan. And so, like, that sort of thing tends to give me the most hope. God damn it. Stop, man. I'm stuck on this bug. God damn it. I need to heal. I gotta feed on one of these losers. I think the anime cutesy, according to the internet. Oh, like that? That's my moe face. Who's there? History as a way of repeating itself, and if we don't stop violence, destruction now, when will it end? 2003, by the way. Hit the clock. I think it feels a bit an American-centric way of talking about the shrinking of U.S. power. Like, so much is focused on this sort of delusion of U.S. ways of justifying their role and stuff. Well, I'm more interested in when we can start throwing the American military the fuck out of my home. Part of me is very unconcerned with what the Americans have to deal with in the fallout. No, I get that, but like, I'm gonna be blunt. Like, I'm gonna be blunt, and I'm gonna say this with, you know, all the love in the world. The American hegemonic engine that runs itself like this, you will never get rid of it without extreme resistance from the oppressed, right? Which is not always very easy. Or it's the domestic pressure from the government itself, or like, you know, from the oppressor's country. And that's not to justify these dynamics, but I mean, to be blunt, like, I think history has shown a lot of the average people just don't really give a fuck. There's just not enough education or information about it. Like, typically historically, the most hegemonic states that have had revolutions are usually the ones that have to, you know, deal with these things. Like, Russia is a good example of this, where they did a lot of, you know, they blocked a lot of national independence, and they did a lot of Russification and shit like that. But only after the USSR formed were these countries given a chance to actually disconnect themselves from them. Right? Finland is a great example. Finland is an example here. That's not to say it's always perfect, but I just mean, like, this is the issue with talking about this kind of stuff, is that it is a very thorough field that a lot of people have. They just lack the education surrounding it. And sometimes they lack the access to information that allows them to engage it morally. Americans are like the most propagandized people I have seen in a long time. And like, it's like, I don't really know how like Americans' collapse would impact its interest in other nations, but I think you are seeing that the hard power dynamics of how they do things is affecting other countries more than just in the direct, straightforward fashion, right? Like, Canada is a great example of this, right? Canada. Did my game crash again? Yes, it did. Fuck. I'm trying to quick save and it keeps fucking crashing. Goddamn F9, man. Like Canada is now trying to form a soft, like a you know, a non-aligned movement for the modern day, basically. And that is a product of American ignorance. It's a part of, or well, not ignorance, but hard power from the American government. But a lot of people see that, and because they only understand these things through, you know, first, second, third world lenses, like the most mobilization I've seen from the left in North America has been Trump trying to do the same things he does to other countries, but in his sphere, right? So like, it is a lot more important than I think. Like, it sucks to talk about America this way, and it is absolutely annoying, but like so much, like the thing is, America's power is a lot wider than I think a lot of people realize. And it is because of the nature of the post-world order, like World War II order. And like America has financial control in a lot of these spaces. And that's kind of the issue, right? And that's why a lot of, I think, my views tend to think about the American hegemonic pressure against things. Yes, because capitalism is kind of the defining aspect or feature for a lot of these countries, even if there is like an issue of sovereignty, a lot of the time that dynamic kind of has to be broken for things to separate themselves like that. That's why I tend to view things more systematic, right? Not really about individual actions, because individual actions can definitely do a lot and cause change, but like it's usually not that simple. It's usually a lot more like this was like a lead up, you know, this was like a process. That's my thought process on politics. I am mindful of the fact that, like, I think a lot of...
Hey, stop, man!
What? I think a lot of... I already did. I think the issue is there's always been a very Euro-focused perspective on even like Marxist traditions. Like I would say 100%. I would say 100% that the greatest flaw of left, like, you know, Marxists in the past has been their inability to adapt to the conditions that they are in and trying to export their conditions to different circumstances and peoples without any compassion or awareness for that, right? And that is something that I hope we push away from. I hope that makes sense. Pardon me. Is it pointless to talk about the possible paths we can see to different outcomes in the next 30 years? Oh no, not at all. It's not at all. But like, it is it's worthwhile talking about it, but I think it's important to talk about it from a systemic lens, right? Because again, like, individual actions are meaningless if the system does not change itself, right? No matter what, we will be engaging the exploitation or discussing the exploitation of people, right? They had a, you know, they had a Reconstruction, they had a civil rights bill, and yet, you know, racism is still a factor and still present. It's not always about individual actions, but because of that, I think it's hard to predict things until we take a whack at like the systemic approach of things. We can always do this, but just so you know, as an example, a lot of historians tend to have a rule that's called, they call it the 20-year rule, where quite literally they do not touch things that happened in the last 20 years. And it's not because of like the lack of pressure it can have on things, but more like, wait, I got healed, I got healthy, what happened? But because you can't even really see how these things impact history until it happens, right? We can't see how these things change history until it is allowed to change history. So like, I tend to focus, when I say I focus on the systemic issues of it, I am really saying like, I want to think about the ways that we can change where we're at right now and focus towards moving there. Because even if we focus on the future... Why did he do that? Even if we focus on the future, it is like... It's hard to tell how things can go. And... Oh. Alright. You got filled with revolutionary optimism. Yes. I'm a believer in revolutionary optimism. This is why I talk a lot about like the ideological aspects of it, because I think you need to be focused on what you're trying to attain through politics and not just like going with the flow or the partisan line. Like a lot of my opinions surrounding like Marxism and socialism is a product of my upbringing through, you know, I mean really through Christian socialism. Sure, but is the world becoming multipolar and China taking a bigger global role? I mean, right now it doesn't look like that. NATO dissolving, etc. It's hard, like things like that. Here's the issue with talking about things like that. There is no historical precedent for these things. Like, NATO is... Like, Trump destroying NATO from a leftist perspective is a positive. Like, full on. The reason why he would destroy it is not good. But it doesn't change that it would be... What? Did I just... It looked like I just like farted so hard I exploded up in the air. Yeah, that was like cartoons. Holy moly. Like... I don't want to say it's bad to think about this, right? I don't want to say that at all. I encourage you to think about it. It's just that I don't know how to talk about it. I like to think more. I don't like to make generalizations about things I'm not confident with history. So like it is it's hard for me to really look at and think about like that, because I don't really think about how, like, I don't like thinking about just pure harm reduction, right? I'm not thinking about just pure harm reduction. Not to say that that's how you're thinking, but to me, it is just, I think about how I want to help everybody and how I want to get there to it, right? I can't believe I did not fucking save. Oh my god, I forgot that I forgot that I did not. I forgot I didn't actually save. It crashed. I've tabbed over and unmuted to multiple times in the last 2 hours, and every time it's politics. Yeah. What do you want me to say? Go live? Go do your wide leg squats, Gruntley? Go do your fucking leg lifts, champ. Go do them. Go do your leg presses. And you better be working legs. If you're one of those dudes going out there just working your upper body, but not your legs, I'm going to be on your ass. Uh-oh, busted! Little cookie on the way home from the gym. Hides. I mean, he's right. You won't be on his ass because you won't have one. True! True. I don't ever want to hear Scruntley talking about twerking if he doesn't even rep the squatter's ass. I did not squat for years to have you talk to me like this without working legs. Don't look at me. Dodges.
Freeze, motherfucker!
Nice job freezing. Thanks. I just watched The Matrix. Squats are downright the best, and if you can get into splits too, yeah. I mean, I've always loved legs. Like working legs. Maybe the first sign of my transness, really. I'm just explaining how if Scruntley's gonna come after my ass for politics, bitch, your ass better be at least as fat as mine if you're complaining about my politics. Yes, I won't lie to you and say I'm not ideologically driven. Your Minecraft ass flat as fuck. No, it is not. How dare you say that? I think I get what you're saying, like from a scholarly point of view, and focus on the right way to continue to educate ourselves. Yeah, like I don't want to make it sound like my way is the absolute like method, but I do think that on average, like there is either a direct flaw in the way that we implement like the way that we implement socialism, or that the way that we try to get people to be more open to progressive policies. So like, this is kind of what I mean, where in the past, a lot of leftists have been kind of apathetic of, like, especially like indigenous community shit. I do not have a Hank Hill ass. I'm not getting up to show my ass on stream either, but I do not have one. Hey, stop, man. You won't see me.
Who's there?
It does feel kind of empty to talk to fellow communists if we can't even agree on some desirable geopolitical goals and outcomes. Like, can't we hype a little bit about the prospect of sending Americans out of our homes? I mean, you could do that for sure. I don't think that's a problem. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't think about things that way, not because, like, that is, like, what I'm talking about is my guideline for this. Like, I am thinking about how to implement, like, socialist momentum in North America. For sure, because I, do live in North America. But, like, the thing is, if I were to engage this from, like, an ideological perspective,
Hey, where you going, man?
I mean, I would just say, let's organize all the time, right? Like, really, people have already been talked to about that aspect of it. I just think that, like, I don't think it really... I think that if I were to say, yes, Trump will get everyone out of, like, Trump will kill NATO, it will help everyone's economy, stuff like that, I don't know if I would really believe that. That would just be saying things to just say them, right? Because I only really know the North American perspective and the European perspective through, history. And I only feel comfortable saying that because, I mean, I understand the dynamics for these regions. But, like I said, I'm also very aware that a lot of leftist decision-making in the past towards these other communities has been kind of ignorant. So, like, what I think is, ideally, I guess best circumstance would be the fall of American hegemony across the world that destabilizes a capitalist momentum and forces a lot more of the capitalists to take a more defensive stance and try to, like, literally what I think what would happen is maybe capitalists would feel more hesitant if there was a massive pressure, like, if there's a lot of pressure behind the American capitalist engine and there was, like, a revolutionary pressure movement surrounding it, I think that would be kind of equal to how they viewed the USSR in the past. But even just talking about things like that, like, I don't know, it makes me feel lazy, to be honest. It makes me feel like I'm skipping a step. Like, it makes me feel like I am talking about something that, like, look, I am not I lack the pure, like, scholarship perspective of it all. I mean, I do look at the, works of these people. But, like, it is, like, if I were to talk about the geopolitical goals in North America, it is purely just establishing class consciousness. Because even now, people in these countries, even in North America, they will say that they want healthcare, but then they will vote against their own healthcare, right? For whatever reason. Like, I feel like from there, it's like, it makes me feel like I'm putting the cart before the horse a little bit. That could be a lack of imagination on my part, but I just want to make sure that my focus is here. And from like the small aspect of say like from the aspect of like short-term goals, like I will admit I am a bit of a cynic when it comes to like expecting a lot from people who lack the education on it. Like, how I view it is, if you need training for a job to like engage with the work that you're doing, and you send somebody who lacks that education, I think that's how you get a lot of these co-opted revolutionary movements. I think it's how you get these situations like, you know, the 19th Brumaire. And so I guess when I think about stuff like this, it's more about how I can help people on a smaller scale. Like, just as long as I can help people in any way I can. I guess I focus on the community of it all individually because I accept that the systemic aspect of it is difficult to navigate, and North America is in a rough position for that. Please don't kill me. Fuck. At least I saved that time. But yeah, I just try to focus on stuff like that. That's why when I talk about kind of global politics like this, I think a little more about the situation and the outcome than the long-term aspect of it. Because, like, again, you know, there are people who are accelerationists as Marxists, but my thought process is always about making sure people are safe and comfortable and, you know, can be as happy as they can be under the worst circumstances. So I guess I'm not saying that prevents me from thinking, like, I think that because there is a global instability that is present, I would rather help people be in more comfortable positions, because without any sort of education, they're just kind of left afloat, you know? Like, how do you analyze the world from that lens? That's why I like Gramsci so much. I like thinking about the cultural aspect of things, right? So, because of that, I like to just focus on mass public opinion of things and how that shifts the culture around it. But because I'm not as familiar or comfortable with, like, I'm not as informed on, like, global cultural aspects, I just don't typically feel comfortable assessing it. I forgot what I was even here to do. Blow up the warehouse, yeah. Wait. I thought I lockpicked it. I forgot where I do this at. But I mean, like, really, anything that damages American hegemony is good. Let's be honest. I think that anything that destroys America's, like presence, especially now that they've just killed USAID. Like, it is just explicitly more positive the weaker they get. Oh, I forgot to give this. I just was carrying that the whole time. And I have a car stereo. Dodge. Yeah, I don't remember where I put this. Is it here? Was it a holographic photo? Yes, yes it was. It could be that I think a good way to think about this is the political pressure from North America is typically very lackluster. That I think the average North American leftist is probably a lot more jaded about shit like this. And I think the average leftist in North America tends to... I gotta go. Oh, thank you for listening to me. I just appreciate you. I appreciate you listening to me. For a while, I think I was never necessarily scared of discussing politics, but I have had many confrontations over the years about politics that, I don't know. I expect very little, besides like from more informed leftists, which is why I think I do tend to talk about education a lot. But again, it's not even really their fault. It is just a product of the system. I'm sure the VTuber audience was insufferable. Yeah, it was. Let's be honest. I had people arguing with me about like if we can trust Marx, because, I don't know, he did some crazy shit once. And I said, if you have to evaluate someone's ideas based off their identity as a person, doesn't that just mean that you can't find issues with their, like, political, like, thought process? And they said, no, he sucks. I did that. That was me becoming an IRL streamer.
I presume?
Yeah, that was me.
Hopefully no Sabbat saw you escape. They can be somewhat antagonistic.
Whose side are you playing for, Wolfie?
I see my reputation for once does not precede me. My name is Beckett. I haven't been following you per se. We've just coincidentally been at the same places at the same time for
yes.
different reasons. So
yes,
sorry
absolutely.
Tell me, have you by chance seen or felt anything strange?
I think I also want to push you to not view yourself as an outside bystander. Oh, I definitely don't. Like, how I feel in that way, that is that is like an older thing, right? I think most of you already who watch my stream, I'm sure you guys know I do not hide my politics.
A ghost.
And I do kind of expect to interact with people on average that maybe like SOCDEMs or may identify as liberals, but maybe don't get it as much.
Thin bloods.
That's kind of what I mean. Or like,
They are
I don't view myself as an outsider. Maybe more scholarly, I view myself as an outsider because I do not have the formal education to match it. But like, I wouldn't say that impacts me because I also understand how these formal educations work. And let's be honest, in the age of AI, the fact that I've read the book already means I'm better than that.
Or should I say, they are undoubtedly Malkavian.
Woke.
Most of my contacts here report sensing something unusual in the night air, like a sense of dread or pressure. But I'm not a native to these parts, so I can't tell if it's irregular. And since you're still fresh, perhaps you're not attuned to it. Pleasure meeting your acquaintance, but there are rumblings for me to discredit.
Me before I go eat.
Meet again. Or never again. Good night, young one. And be careful. You're very likely being hunted by the Sabbat.
I think North American communists come across very above it all. I don't know if it's really about... No, it is about above it all. But I think it is like the, you know, the new convert syndrome a bit. Where, you know, you just want to talk about it a lot. You're very opinionated. You've known that there's something wrong, but you can't put words to it. And then when you can identify it, you have people being like, what the fuck are you talking about, dum-dum? That I think a lot of people just randomly get angry. Like both people essentially talking past each other. That's why I always talk about the education aspect, because again, North America is very bad with that kind of stuff. There is a lot more of a, like, it's, I wouldn't say a class consciousness, but there are aspects that people understand through these contradictions. But like, the thing is, there's just a lot of pressure against those sorts of I mean, like, think of it like this. In North America, and I mean in Western Europe too, maybe not France, but a lot of the people that do push more progressive agendas, the whole time they get like attention on them, it's just talking about that dynamic that I think the average leftist tends to be a little with their back up on average, which is also something I do hate because I don't know, like, again, how can you really expect somebody to know something that you are not taught in school? I've witnessed this firsthand. Some anarchists tried giving a speech at a protest and the liberals were not having it. Yeah. The first move from a friend. The White King moves to protect his pawn. I don't like White Kings. Sorry.
I used to do a little yachting myself. What brand of yacht do you have?
But yeah, it's like there is just a lot of weird shit. But I mean, it's the Imperial Core, so of course you're gonna have that, right? There, you know, there were a lot of what was the White Russian movement called? Is it the Black Hundreds? Like Black 100s. It's something like that. Like the far right. Oh my god, I hope I didn't crash. Alt tabbing this shit. God fucking damn it. Yeah. The Black Hundreds were like pro-monarchist in the sense that like they were the most like pro-reactionary, pro-monarchist, pro czarist conservatives out of there. And they were the most deranged motherfuckers in existence. Like, a lot. And their whole unity was just around the Tsar, right? Yeah. The Black Hundreds were reactionary monarchist ultra-nationalist groups in Russia in the early 20th century. Yeah. They were staunch supporters of the House of Romanov and opposed any retreat from the autocracy of the reigning monarch. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because in this era, there were a lot of people who actually fought for the Black Hundreds initially. In fact, one thing that a lot of people, I think, tend to forget talking about this era of, you know, the USSR, it is a lot of white, the white armies, soldiers that actually became Bolsheviks during the Civil War or, you know, afterwards. Even though they went from, like, you know, being essentially the, like, nationalistic pro-autocracy, right? Because remember, this is after even they, this is after they even, like, this is before, or sorry, this is after they do, like, small reforms in the sense of, like, more liberalization from the monarchy, but, like, not really, like, I mean, it was, like, ineffective, right? Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Thank God. So, like, you know, I will say, me personally, I'm a lot more of a, I would identify myself more as a historian than a revolutionary, you know? Not that historians can't be revolutionary. Just, I focus more on the past, you know? Hence, why I fuck with Gramsci. Alright, let's go to the new spot.
Where to?
Where to? Just drive. Downtown. It's the wolf. The wolf among us. He leveled up. Yeah?
Let's drain it. Let's stake it and leave it out for the sunrise.
We're going to have a lot of fun with this one. Think you could blow up our warehouse and get away with it? Ah, lick.
Let's pull out its eyes and its tongue and its teeth. I want its teeth.
Camarilla, fuck. Boys, I think we could all use a little entertainment. Those of you sitting in the first few rows will get wet. Son of a bitch!
Who are you talking to?
Leave.
There's 3 of us, Rodriguez.
Yeah. 3 of us. What are you gonna do? Shoot us?
This ain't over. We'll find you. You too, Rodriguez. You're both dead. Nobody messes with the Sabbat and lives.
Keep moving. Trouble sure seems to like you.
Why do you do that?
Execution needs a little work. You look like shit. Name's Nines.
I did do the ghost quest. Thanks for the help.
Should have been more careful, newbie. Bunch of shovelheads like that. They walk tough, but they scare easy. Just tear an ear off or something.
I'll remember that.
You do that. Me? I got things to deal with. Why don't you pay me a visit at the last round tonight? I don't know what you've heard so far, but it's time you heard the real story.
I'll do that.
This is a mean existence. Stay out of trouble, kid.
I'll try. I love Nines. I wonder if there's anything to analyze about coming into a newer world I don't understand, not getting a formal education around what I'm doing, and then everyone talking about the politics I need to understand in order to actually engage with the world that I've entered. Strokes my chin. Shits my pants. Alright. This is epic.
You, look familiar, Missy. We haven't met before, have we? Oh, yeah, back in Santa Monica, right? Whew, I don't know what came over me back there, but now I got this sweet night shift position, and I'm happier than the time I met Supowitz. Well, enough about my lucky break. You, here to see one of the bigwigs, Missy?
Just let me up.
I'd love to buzz you up, but according to Building Security Protocol 916, I'm gonna have to verify you're supposed to be...
Are there nomad vampires that are part of the Masquerade? Yes. There's actually a few factions outside the Masquerade. Let me up, please.
Okay then, Mr. LaCroix, he told me to expect someone fitting your description sometime tonight. You go right on up.
Thanks.
Yeah, you have a good power meeting, or whatever it is you types do up there. You need any security? Well, you just ring the front desk and ask for Officer Chunk.
Yeah.
That's me.
Did you say Chunk?
Yeah, I get that all the time. The name goes back to my football days. Actually, my fantasy football days at the station. Stationarium. That was this office.
Yeah, there is an anarchist faction in this game, basically. Scratch his ass. This guy's cool. We all like Chunk, don't we? I can go see that guy later. He's a Fed. You talking to me? Wait, is this what I think it is? No. Where's the dance zone? There it is. Hey, man.
Baby girl, I saw you coming from down the street, and I started praying to the Lord to find it in his heart to send you to me, and hallelujah if he didn't come through for me. Welcome to Fat Larry's Trucker Man. I am the proprietor and salesman of the month several years in a row. The ladies call me, oh God, but you can call me Fat Larry with a F-A-T, cause there's more of me to love.
What you got in the truck?
Now, that is a legitimate question. But a better question to be, what don't I got in this truck? Cause at Fat Larry's, my motto is, everything's got a price, but I probably know somebody who can get it anyway.
You're gonna talk all night. You're gonna sell me something.
That's what I like to hear. But it's like this. I say my best stuff for select clientele. Now that don't mean I don't appreciate your business. It's just, you know, business.
Alright. Yes. Give me that heavy clothing. Hold on, let me sell some shit. No, this guy is cool. Yeah. Oh, look at all my tire irons. All right, how do I... Where is it? Let's see. I got a little vest on. It's quite pedestrian, yes. Let me in.
I knew you'd talk to me. I swear you were all like totally drawn to me. I'm surprised I don't know you. I usually meet all the LA vampires out on the scene. Not a lot of you out tonight, which is weird because I don't know of any parties going on.
I think you have the wrong person.
No, come on. It's totally cool. I'm Patty. Seriously, everyone knows me. Besides, I just wanted to ask you.
You know, I miss when characters used to sound like this. This is a lost cadence. Who is this lucky someone?
His name is Kent Allen Ryan. He's a Toreador. Really good looking, dresses really well, like all Prada usually.
I don't know.
Oh, well, he's pretty powerful. He's probably like.
Is this Valley Girl? This is like exaggerated Valley Girl. This is how I talk? No, it is not. All right, look, I have to go.
No, don't go. I really need to find him. Really. Maybe you can ask around.
I'm a busy girl.
Look, I haven't seen him in days. He said he'd come see me again. He promised. I might age. He promised. Get thirsty.
I don't know what to tell you.
Fine. You're just some ugly fledgling bitch. I've hung out with way more powerful vampires than you'll ever know. I wouldn't drink your gutter blood if you were the last vampire on Earth.
Oh well. Hey. I like your cans. I'm not saying that. I have respect. Hold on, let me dance. This is very early 2000s, isn't it?
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother. Someone say it. Fucking mayhem, bro. I don't even know if it's really complimenting her rack. It was just like, I mean, I guess it is. I really wouldn't say, like, literally, when I think about complimenting a lady's rack, saying cans is so detached from the experience that I don't even know how to analyze that. Shh, man, bro. No, don't dance.
Fucking mayhem, bro.
Cans were the style at the time. Yeah, but you gotta remember, I'm 29. Here. Woo. How about if I buy you a drink, I won't be wasting my time.
I stopped experimenting with girls who live in their parents' basement back in high school. Get lost.
Okay.
I stopped experimenting with girls who live in their parents' basement back in high school. Get lost.
Good enough.
Hello there.
Whoa, we changed. She likes me now. I'll bet you like $10 you won't make out with me.
Let me get my coat. I left it with a guy who'll be getting some off me tonight.
Wait.
I stopped experimenting with girls who live in their parents' basement back in high school. Get lost. I stopped experimenting with girls who live.
Why did it change the dialogue that time?
Get lost. Hello there.
I do probably need more charisma.
Everybody comes in here's got to have a short house rules. Inhibition's the first thing to go. 2 more of these and you'll be telling me your nastiest, dirtiest stories. I am your beat priestess, and it's time to confess.
Who are you?
Venus was her name. Got anything you want to confess?
The warehouse that blew up in Santa Monica? That was me.
Oh, yeah? I've been waiting for someone like you to come in here. You see,
Ronzi,
it's
baby.
gotten a little out of hand, and I need someone to inform some people that they won't be getting paid this month. Intrigued yet?
Go on.
Well, the parking lot next to the Empire Hotel. Couple of guys, Russian accents, bit thick. I need you to tell them Venus doesn't have their money. That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
What's in it for me?
Drinks on the house for a week.
I don't drink.
You want cash? Whatever, I can do that. Question is, are you
This
ready?
top got a lot going on.
I expected
I mean,
you right. Empire Hotel.
I
Tell
think
them I'm broke.
I don't know if it does.
Never mind. Just don't go starting any street fights, all right? These guys are connected. Anyhow, a lot of people have yet to confess to the beat priestess.
I don't know. I look at her. I'm gonna be honest. I look at her and I think this is what they would wear in Mass Effect at a gothic bar. All right, excuse me. Humana, humana. I forgot if there's something back here. They were a simpler time. They really were. I mean, look.
Good evening.
There's a reason why I turned out the way I did. Nocturne Theater. What is this? Skyline Apartments. Oh, we can do something in there after. Alright, let me save here. Please don't crash. Yeah.
Confession, bitch, send you.
Who wants to know?
Where is money?
I don't know if I don't want to insult this guy's mother.
No money?
I don't need to pay anyone. Duh, parentheses, yes. I will. Duh, parentheses, yes. Alright, this one. Where was it? Skyline Apartments 2A. Alright. She fires 200 custom tooled cartridges at 100 bullets per minute. Me? I mean, I have done that. Hold on. Gotta use the vent rule. I didn't learn about venting from Among Us. I learned it from this. Fuck. Alright, back to 2. Okay. Five? What am I at? Oh shit, I haven't upgraded my shit in a long time, huh? I should up my scholarship a little. Because I do have something for that. Finance. I'm going charisma. I don't really remember how useful a lot of these other things are, but I will read book. One apartment per floor. What was the landlord cooking with this one? This is true LA property management here. Employees only. Four? You know, I really have been on some shit recently. I have been enjoying streaming for 5 days a week at 5 hours. I may keep at it. What have I not checked? 3? They cloned Romola. You think so? She loves streaming. I do enjoy streaming. I like talking about politics. I like talking about video games. I thought she was the lazy streamer who hated work. Well, now I'm back. What is? Pardon me. I mean, sometimes you gotta study some chuds. It's just the way of life. Will you get mad at me if I open this door? Okay. Mm-hmm. Just wait for him to look the other way. Imagine opening an employees only door and they just shoot at you. It's like just like America. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Pizza. We're watching you. Email. Five? Oh. Part 1. Simon Milligan. He's on TV. So odds are footage of his place will be worth something eventually. I gotta keep an eye on him. Apartment 2. Sean Milton. He's a slob and he never really has chicks over. Some guy has been staying with him lately. I haven't wanted to watch much. Apartment 3, Georgia Welch. This rich broad is pretty hot. Oh, the password on her door is 9648, so maybe I'll sneak in there and steal some panties to auction off online. See, it's just vary of its era. 4, vacant. No reason to keep an eye on this one. Paul Anderson. I thought there was no reason to watch him, but then I caught him upstairs. I'll keep the tape rolling. Hannah Glazer. The gold mine. Something hot is always going down here, and that something is usually Hannah herself. Okay. What is it for 3? 9648. Aha. Oh, there's a sewage connection here. Sewer connection, that is. Stealing her labor, parentheses, worn panties. Yeah. Capitalism's so fucked up. Alright, where is this? This is the first one, right? Books. Books. Burger and fries left on a plate. That is jarring. Mom's best brew. Need new furniture? Shop at Sofa King. We are Sofa King great. I know someone in the office was so proud of that. Is this person a streamer? Let's find out. Haunted LA. Upcoming shows. Show 17. Show 17, Hospital Horror. A dilapidated hospital in the downtown area. This place is very spooky. Minimal work required. The place is scary as hell. We'll say it's the ghost of a nurse who feels as if she still has patients to serve. Show 18. Show 18, Eternal Unrest. There's a cemetery in Hollywood. It's full of actors with more than just dead careers. Again, it shouldn't take much effort on our part. All right. God damn, look at this TV. Look at this setup. God damn. Bathroom. They put a CRT in the wall. Yeah. They sure did. All right. This one is upstairs, right? Yes. I know. What's that? All right, this is the place.
Mr. Milton, you know who this is, and I do hope you realize that we're still on for tonight. Meet me at the agreed-upon location across from the bar by the underpass. Bring your associate, Mr. Durbin, as it is a two-man job that I am proposing. With any luck, the two of you are already on your way, and I shall see you soon. Goodbye.
God damn, that's messy. No laundry in here? There's blood. Oh my god, it's the Bible. Why is everyone so breathy? Was that a grunge thing? Yes. Did it just say Hooker Magazine? Yes. Nice picture. Whoa. This is a classic apartment here. What is this? Premium customer interface. Safe. What is this? This is a gamer computer. That is a bizarre looking monitor. Where is the safe in here, though? We'll come back here later. Okay. Whoa. This is a little more modern. Breaking and entering is not very empathetic. What is more empathetic than trying to empathize with somebody else? I broke into your house to empathize with you because, I mean, I know how much it sucks to have someone breaking and entering, but also, I also know how it feels to have a toilet like this. And we've all learned, we've empathized, you know? Like, that would suck if that happened to me. I do not work for the IDF. That's not me. That's never been me. Shit's locked. Across the street from a bar. They got the flames through the they got the flames through the grate. Can you prove it? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thanks, Hassan. You're welcome. What is that? Here, let me get out. Let me be a little more strategic with this. I call this the Great Escape. Like the Gwen Stefani song. I like Rich Girl more. I think Rich Girl is a bit of a power fantasy for me. Yeah. She's a hog, right? I think so. What are you wearing, girl? I don't shame you. I don't shame you. I repeat, shouting behind me after saying, damn, girl, what are you wearing? Average white liberal, yeah. Yeah. Get out of my way. Oh, really? Oh shit, I didn't even realize this was there. What do you do on an anti-abortion app? That is a great question. What do you do? Do you just say like, is it a reflex to like, is it just like, hey, I had sex last night and, you know, if I'm pregnant, then, you know, I'm not gonna do it, just so you know. Like, what does that mean? What does that even mean? I don't get it. I just like Rich Girl. Why is she talking about politics, you know?
Yes? May I help
Hey.
you?
Check me out, Raffi. I did the test, and look what I got. It's a religious prayer app. I see. Nice dress.
Not now.
Look at this gigantic monitor.
¿Qué caso estoy diciendo?
All right. Man, this was a fascinating time.
Just back off.
This is how streaming to you guys feels. This is actually my stream. Everyone left when she got on the dance floor. Yeah. I don't get it. It's fucked up. No one seen a Bruja dancing on the floor until now, and they all flee.
Don't touch me, right?
All right, let's check some of these spots. Get in there. I feel like we aren't nearly as coordinated. What do you mean? As like the right wing making anti-abortion apps? What's going on? Where's the pro-abortion app? I feel like the only time you're gonna hear that is from a comedian who is a conservative. That is what my thought process is. Like someone who's just like, you know what? If you just want to go out there and just freestyle an abortion, you know what? Why not? That is like, that's just like some hacky conservative like comedy shit, you know? You good? All right, we're... Oh, downtown. Okay, I'm gonna go give Venus her money. Or her lack of money. Freestyle SSX3 reference? I passed on your message.
Can't hear you. Let's talk in my office.
Okay. Hey, big spender, yeah.
Well, you certainly did better than my bouncer did. Poor dear can't turn his neck to the right anymore. Already had a call from Boris. Wasn't too happy about tonight's son of a bitch. Say, how would you like to get into the club business,
Sure.
Well, to start this club, I have to take out a significant loan from a king bastard by the name of Boris, and every time I haven't been able to make the monthly plus interest, the bastard takes what he feels is a suitable late fee.
Go on.
I've got a club to run, so I'll be blunt. I refuse to fuck that fat misogynistic old man one more time to hold on to the club. So I need someone to eliminate him. Do this, and I'll make you a silent partner.
Hell yeah.
He's at the Empire Hotel. Always has a few of the fiercest bully boys standing around trying
Do you
to
think a CIA
outsmart
plan is
each
fed
other.
post in this
He's got
chat?
a short temper, and more than likely
No,
he's been
I
drinking
think
for the last 4 hours.
I think it's easy to tell right now. I know the stream loop now. Gaming, stuck in current game, fighting game jokes, politics for an hour, gaming. That's not true. It's just I'm good at talking about politics. Or history. Oh yeah, you're right. We did actually talk about this. We were convinced that people that would be like, you know what? We need to Fed post here. They would just be like, you know, this is too much. It's too much effort. Tonight. I thought we might get together tonight if it pleases you, mistress. Okay. Give me your wallet. I think MI6 has infiltrated this stream. I don't know. I think it'd be too much of a financial investment, you know? Excuse me. Where was I going? Oh, I gotta kill Boris. Why is every Russian guy in every game named Boris? It's always Boris. They literally had a bit about this in The Wire. Where is he? Empire Arms. Which one is it? Penthouse. Where's Wallace String? What do you think MI6 does besides wasting taxpayer money to create issues? No, I know that, but like, you know, it's very low reward for the amount of money investment, you know? I mean, like, unironically, I do always side-eye people who are very, focused on fighting their left flank, especially in North America.
Increase in the amount of patients with severe respiratory illness, and many doctors say they may be ill-equipped.
What?
Treatment immediately if they exhibit symptoms that include fever,
Where's Boris? Oh yeah, I do think I am not big enough to warrant a bit of Fed posting. All right. I'm out. In the fighting game era, that's somewhere Fed. What if there's a scene? Look, here's what I think. If you are a Fed in this chat, you could at least, if you're going to be wasting my time making me argue about dumb shit like this, you could at least drop like 10 subs. You can at least throw 10 subs my way. Yeah, come on, feds. If you're in your drop subscriptions for me, please. It's the least you can do. Come on. Let me through. Let me through. Thank you. Motherfucker, go up there. Hold on. In this economy? Yeah. Shit, if they're already taking all my labor power, the least they could do is throw me some money back. I'm stuck in here, dude. Oh my god. Thank god. I'm not going in there again. It's bad juju. Very bad juju.
Hasta la vis. Who the hell are you?
My presence is required by your boss. What is his head? I don't know. He looks like a plant. I'm not moving, by the way. It's not me doing this. What? What the hell? What is this? What the hell? Why are you letting her in here? Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you?
I have business to discuss.
Well, spit it out before Dima
You got that Paul Phoenix. Yeah, he does.
You want Dima to leave? Why would I allow that?
This could get embarrassing for you.
Okay. Iti tagda, Dima. Very well. Happy? Now spit it out. Make this quick, eh? Is that right? Malin Kayas Volach, stupid, spoiled American child.
This guy looks like Kiryu if he was from LA.
Spits in my face.
He called me comrade.
That is all. Tell spoiled girl she get nothing from me ever again.
Thank you. What is this? God damn, look at this computer, dude. Give me that ring. Alright, bitch. Thank you. What is your issue? Well, you called me a bitch, and come on, we do girl power here. And he was misogynistic. Didn't you hear that? Didn't you hear that he was misogynistic? It was girl power. Give me that shit. No. Hey, stop right there. Okay. I won't steal the ring this time. I've watched Lord of the Rings. Yes, it was out of context. We must analyze the nuance here. What? I thought we were communists in here. You guys are telling me you don't want to look at the nuance? All right. Yeah, legalize comedy. Legalize comedy. I know, right?
Is that right? You want Dima to? Okay. Malin Kayas.
All right. Goodbye. Can't even take the fancy ring. Actually, yeah, what if we were to create context here? What if I were to do that? Huh? All right. Give me some rush. I know, it's true. It's so sad. First they take the gothic lifestyle from me, and now this. First they take the USSR, then they take my ability to be gothic and steal shit from Russians, and now I have nothing. Sad. It's so sad. All right.
What's the hops, bro?
What's the haps, bro? I love that so much.
There you are. Finished. What?
Just talking in your office.
Can't hear you. Let's talk in my office.
I'm with somebody.
Boris. I've got some money to make us. I'll hold your share of the profits. Don't forget to drop by and
Thanks.
scoop them up once in a while,
I'll be back later.
Money, right?
Yes.
Come back in a few. I don't see enough sitting out there.
Well, all right. I don't really think like that. I don't really work in sins, you know? Well, let's check our emails again. This club kind of empty. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just hard sometimes, I guess. All right, a 5. Hey, Digletto, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I am going to up my security. Wow, she won't have to eat drywall now. Yeah. Woot. All right. I think we can go back to Santa Monica. My MI6 boss approved it. Thank him. Thanks, dude. Well, I forgot. I forgot if Nines' bar is in this section. It's been a while. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, big boss. Hey, man.
Well, looky who made it back in one piece. How was Santa Monica, kiddo?
It was okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a stroll on the beach. So did you score a lot of skee-ball tickets down on the pier there?
What? No.
I can't imagine you did. I'm too busy getting pushed around by every vampire with the weakest seniority over you, am I right?
Wasn't so bad.
If you're cool with that treatment, you'll make a great Camarilla. They love pussy.
Cool. Whatever you say.
Saying, that's usually the way the story goes. Same old bullshit by now. What? You saying that's just me?
In politics. In my video game?
The stuff that makes the rich get richer keeps the powerful in power. Look at why you're out in Santa Monica in the first place. Because Prince LaCroix said so. Kid, I never answered to no man in life.
Wait, is this Romola? Dean Bro is Chad as F. Yeah, I like... What's this guy's name again? Jack. I like Jack too. Why did the prince send me to Santa Monica?
Never thought you'd make it back. If Nines didn't stand up for you in the courtroom, you would have been toast right there, man. Everybody knows that.
I do think a lot of people are kind of... I would say you're Chad adjacent if you initiate a conversation about politics in the most normal way you can, you know? Why do you want to kill me?
Bullshit Camarilla law. You gotta get it approved before you sire anyone. Vampire population control, fascist crap. LaCroix wanted to look like the strong leader.
Is this game political? Is this game political?
Public relations, man. Calculated risk. Ventura born in a boardroom. When Nines called him out, LaCroix realized it was time to show a carefully measured dose of Camarilla compassion.
You're not into public relations, Jack.
Yeah, man. It's called kicking ass and crushing the skulls of any asshole who steps on my toes. That seems to work. People dig it.
Is LaCroix afraid of Nines? I thought he was the boss.
LaCroix is the boss of the Camarilla in L.A. That's it. LaCroix is a boss. That's rich.
I think he's got that Napoleon thing going on.
Facts are like this. The Camarilla need us to buy into the bullshit for any of their laws to mean dick. Now, telling free-living vampires they need to be ruled is a hard sell. So, the Camarilla baked up a play nicey plan. Show everyone how great they are, so we'll all just jump on board.
Who is everyone?
Free living dead, kiddo. A lot of people like to use the label anarchs. Whatever the hell that means. Anarchs. Those got a nice kick to it, though, huh?
Yeah. Tell me about the Anarch.
Us, so I'm told. What you want to know?
How long has the Anarch movement existed?
Yeah, I could tell you about the history of the movement, about our struggle. What's any of that shit mean, anyway? Do we want to sit through history class here?
Yeah.
I'm no scholar, kid, but I've been around. Seen more and done more than most vampires ever will. I don't know that our situation's ever gonna be easy, but some things you gotta decide are worth fighting for.
How can you win, though?
Fight harder than the other son of a bitch. Every time I yank a jawbone from a skull and ram it in an eye socket, I know I'm building a better future. You bet, kid. As much as anyone is. Nines is a stand-up guy. Takes the politics a little too seriously. Came up during the Great Depression, so his brain's wired to that shit.
You seem to know a lot about politics yourself.
Me? I never had much patience for negotiations. Everyone can live or burn. It's up to them.
The one friend who's a little too woke. I mean, I feel like if you were brought up during the Great Depression, that shit probably would stick with you, huh? Hey, dude.
Well, if it ain't the talk of the town, poster child for Camarilla benevolence. What does the prince have his little bitch doing today?
I didn't do that.
Nines is expected. Have some manners and don't wear out your weapon.
What's the name of those anarchists in Europe that kept having crusades sent to them by the Pope? Those anarchists in Europe? I can't tell if you're doing if you're genuinely asking me this or if you are referencing something. I feel when I think of anarchists getting, I mean, there's two instances of when I think anarchists were getting chased down. It is the prelude to World War One, and I mean, I guess the first Red Scare is basically for anarchists.
So then go on up and see it. You're free to do as you please.
The Pope sent a bunch of crusades to an anarchist nation. I'm not sure what you mean. Let me see. I don't know of the Pope really engaging with something like that. I mean, when you say crusades, people like I think the crusades to me are basically like in the camps of, are they official crusades, right? And that's like the last crusade at that point is like what, the fourth, when they basically kill their friends. Yeah, if you mean like the Pinkertons or something, then I mean that is basically the first Red Scare. Maybe you're thinking of the first Red Scare in America. Because the first Red Scare was mostly inspired, I think, by the anarchist bombings in 1919. Yeah. I think it's in reaction to the USSR and in reaction to it was in medieval Europe. Okay, then I mean at that point we're not really talking about anarchists, right? At that point I would say it's probably like, are you thinking of the Great Peasant War? The suppression of Lithuania? Are we talking about the Northern Crusades? Is that what we're talking about? Maybe we're talking about the Northern Crusades. Yeah, this sound like, well, if you're talking about medieval Europe, I literally do not know what else that could kind of fit that mold other than the Great Peasant Revolt, because that is like that's kind of like the blueprint until like the Paris Commune, right? This major uprising in 1381. Maybe you're talking about the German one. This revolt had various causes, including the socioeconomic and political tensions generated by the Black Death in the 1340s, the high taxes resulting from the conflict with France during the 100 Years' War, and stability within the local leadership of London. The revolt heavily influenced the course of the 100 Years' War by deterring later parliaments from raising additional taxes to pay for the military campaigns in France. This is a bit of a more modern, like you could kind of do like a line from this to the 1500s. I think that one is called the Great Peasants' War. No, it's the German Peasants' War. This one. Was a widespread popular revolt in some German-speaking areas in Central Europe in 1524 to 1525. It was Europe's largest and most widespread popular uprising before the French Revolution in 1789. Tavorites. How do you feel after 10 years? It seems like Yoko Taro is just making Automata too. I don't know. I'm partial. I'll wait to see what happens, you know? The Bohemian Wars. I mean this, I want to say this as kindly as possible, and I don't mean this in like an annoying way. Of this era, like, it is true that there was a crusade called for it. But I will say that I would kind of identify that more as a part of like the long-term like Christian like religious orthodoxy pressure, because it's a little bit of a weird thing to say now, but the religious sects of the past were really, it was a lot more chaotic, right? Like after Christianity becomes the main religion of the Roman Empire, it solidifies its position of power, right? When they do that, they begin to have a shit ton of infighting, because while they understand the core of Christianity, they all were beginning to do they were doing a lot of like small scale religious, like, I mean, they're doing philosophy about it, but the issue is when they're doing philosophy and trying to take things from it, they are arguing essentially about, is Christ divine or not, right? Which sounds small as an example, but it is one of those things that, one, this small detail of like the divinity or not the divinity of Jesus was actually a monumental thing, because it completely changes how you view, say, his sacrifice, right? In like how we view modern day, like, you know, religious texts. There was essentially, I would argue, around 1,000 years of religious infighting from Catholics that was probably only made worse by the split in the schism, rather. And so, like, in a way, it was more a product of the religious aspect of it, I think, above all else. Because again, what are they called? I mean, they are called heresies now. Yeah. Like, just as an example, right when the modern Roman Empire kind of pops out, there begins to be a group of sects underneath it, right? Let's go through some of them here. Adoptionism, the doctrine that Jesus became the Son of God by adoption, held that Jesus was born human only and that he became divine by adoption at his baptism, being chosen because of his sinless devotion to the will of God, right? Next, Arianism, named so after its leader Arius. Very important detail here. It's been called the most challenging heresy in the history of the church. Arius appears to have held that the Son of God was not eternal, but created by the Father as an instrument for creating the world, and therefore not God by nature, different from other creatures in being the one direct creation of God. Right? Docetism, is the belief that Jesus' physical body was an illusion, as was his crucifixion. That is, Jesus only seemed to have a physical body and to physically die, but in reality, he was incorporeal, a pure spirit, and hence could not physically die. This belief treats the sentence, "the word was made flesh," as merely figurative. Ebionites were a sect of Jewish Christians who flourished in the early centuries of Christianity. They emphasized the binding character of the Mosaic law and believed that Jesus was the human son of Mary and Joseph. This is also one where it begins to get a little bit complicated, but you get it. It is it's a lot of analysis around that. And they were unbelievably, and I mean unfucking believably, unbelievably so, in like ferocious in how they did infighting. They weren't just bickering on Bible stuff. No, but I can tell you with a lot of confidence, it is 99% of it. Because it's not like how it is now with the Reformation and how all these sects came out of it. There was a monopoly on religion through the church, basically. That was only tested through the schism, which also is its own issue, right? Like they may have done aspects that would be identified as socialist, right? But if we do that, that becomes also a lot more difficult to analyze things and kind of reflect on them, because like a big taboo in history is kind of attaching these labels to those times. Like a good example is the Gracchi brothers in Rome. They like ideologically would be identified as almost like a proto-socialist, right? Of the Roman era. But the thing is, trying to attach our modern day designation to these people just blocks our understanding of history in that way, right? That's also why I tend to discuss things a little more generally. These fellas right here. The Gracchi brothers were two brothers who lived during the beginning of the late Roman Republic, Tiberius and Gaius. They both served in the plebeian tribunates of 133 BC and 122 to 121 BC, respectively. They have been received as well-born and eloquent advocates for social reform who were both killed by a reactionary political system. Their terms in the tribunate precipitated a series of domestic crises which are viewed as unsettling the Roman Republic and contributing to its collapse. Tiberius Gracchus passed legislation which established a commission to survey Roman public land, reassert state claims to it, and redistribute it to poor rural farmers. These reforms were a reaction to a perceived decline in Italy's rural population. A decade later, Gaius Gracchus reforms, among other things, attempted to buttress Tiberius' land commission and start Roman colonization outside of Italy. They were also far more broad, touching on many topics such as assignment of provincial commands, composition of juries for the permanent courts, and letting of state tax farming contracts. Both brothers were killed during or shortly after the conclusion of their respective tribunician terms. Yeah. Oh, it's like a fun fact, but like it's hard to describe, because like it is cool, make no mistake, but that kind of fits in the category of it's hard for me to view things like that. Was Bookchin wrong to describe them as anarcho-communists? Use that label, absolutely. To say that they share ideological comparisons to it, though, that is absolutely true, right? That's why I brought up the Gracchi brothers, because they're like a great example of doing what we could consider socialist, like advocacy and like pushing for Roman for substantial like reforms, but it's a bit of a like what's the word, like not, like I said, it's a bit of a, it's frowned upon, I guess, in history to tie an ideology like that so far back, just because like the context of these societies and these circumstances are like, it's easy for us to look at them and apply our ideology in the modern day and not really go past that. So it is a constant kind of like concern for it, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that it's not valid or that there's no comparisons, right? Just that they are, it's hard to discuss stuff like that without without being annoying about it. Do you know what I mean? They state them getting killed so matter-of-factly, yes. No, because that's not good. That's not good though. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Real quick, that's not good to do that, because that is exactly how you get the issue of what we're talking about earlier, where people will understand something is bad, but in actuality, it is more about the fact that, like, it's more about the fact that to tie this label to somebody who does not have that ideological understanding means you are nitpicking aspects out of it that you feel is justified for the time. That is a very subjective thing to do, right? Feels like it leads to old men claiming that no one was gay before the 1960s. No, because that's exactly not how that's not how we view things. It's not just like that, right? Kind of what you are addressing is kind of the flaw of what doing that entails, right? It is not simply just looking at modern things and being refusing to tie these subjects to that date. It's more that we have a lot of information surrounding the context of these cultures and societies. And a lot of the time, there is very thorough proof for things like, you know, sure, old men were claiming that no one was gay before the 1960s, but we know that's not true, right? We just know that's not true, period. It doesn't matter. Who cares what they say? They're just wrong. Literally, this is the issue, right? It's easy when you're analyzing something to choose the most like modern and consistent, and not really the most consistent, but the most modern and most comparable aspect to it. But the thing is, we are not thinking like peasants from the 1500s, right? Or beforehand, right? It's not about like, sure, you can obviously still tie your thoughts and stuff like that to it. I mean, like I did, right? I called the Gracchis proto-socialists, right? But what's the problem with saying they were a sort of anarchist society? Of course, that label didn't exist back then, so keep reading. Well, they exhibit tendencies from it, but I meant more like, I wouldn't understand what you're saying if you're trying to explain it to me like that, right? That's more what I meant. Not that you can't do that, right? Because, I mean, everybody does that in a degree that is less, like, it's less, you know, in a less serious event. I think I'd call the Gracchis populist. I mean, yes, for sure. But a lot of their reforms do tie into that bubble. That's why I used them as the example, right? They have aspects of themselves which can be identified as socialist. But the thing is, I think we tend to forget that the way that class consciousness was back then was a lot more icky. It was a lot more iffy, so to speak. The class dynamic of it is there, but not necessarily defined. And that does create weird aspects to discussing these things where they will do something that, or like 80% of their identity may tie into socialism and socialist tendencies, but then they exhibit like 20% just of its era sort of thinking that indicates more, you know, I'm just going to say that you could, in a lot of ways, in how we discuss things, say Julius Caesar exhibited socialist tendencies. This is the other extreme end of it, because he did do that. He did a lot of public reforms, right, that people liked. But that's not how we define him, right? But there are people who would still try to say that. It's just we are getting into subjective territory. So, I mean, you can... I don't want to make it sound like you can't talk about these things. You can. I just mean, like, if you say a crusade against anarchists, I would immediately think of the 19th century. Even though there were, you know, a lot of religious sects that did exhibit tendencies of socialists or what would end up being Marxist tradition. But again, like that, I'm always hesitant labeling stuff like that, because that kind of goes into the issue what I was talking about of, like, it's easy to just say all AI is bad without actually understanding AI is bad, right? It becomes a topic around these interaction of words as opposed to the substance underneath them. That's more what I meant. Not to be your history teacher here, you know? Not to be your history teacher in the class. But I mean, it is like I don't know. It's hard to describe because we're both dealing with a world that is in a different position, but also different education, stuff like that, right? So, sorry, this was just me nitpicking. This was my autistic nitpick today. Where's Ged?
I don't lecture, I don't rap, I'm no bureaucrat. I'm just a guy out of nowhere came to be involved in something 500 times bigger than you and me.
Anarchist fighting crusade sounds really badass, and I would hope most people realize there's more nuance to it. Well, that's the thing. I study history, and I wasn't sure what you were saying, right? That's my point. I do this, like, this is my passion. I'm a third generation historian, right? It's just hard to understand. That's it. But I mean, it's a nitpick. That's all. Go on.
You got a right to know the score. The Camarilla, this is the short of it. They operate a lot like a pyramid scheme. There's a bunch of these old timers at the top with God only knows what plots in mind. They lose their power, they die. They sired more to carry out their plans. And looking for a little power, then those kindred sired for their own schemes and so on.
Did you actually know about the Tavarites beforehand? I have heard of them. I'm not as familiar with the crusades of them. Yes, it is, like, the thing is with history, you are always fighting against a kind of, I mean, this is like cultural hegemony, right? Like, we're getting into Gramsci again. It is like all I ever do as somebody that studies this shit, and I'm sure you're used to this too, is just dispel misunderstandings about history, right? Like, people will actively engage you with two differing like worldviews at the same time and not understand it, right? Like, that's just the nature of education. I mean, history education in general, right? Like, here's a free Edward Gibbon hit real quick. Here's a free hit on Gibbon. You are taught with Edward Gibbon's work still to this day about the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, which conclusion coming out of it is we lost the Roman Empire because pauses Christianity and then he adds some anti-Semitism, and that's why the Roman Empire fell. Period. That's it. People, it's still used in school. If you, I mean, maybe not if you're in America now, but like, that is like I mean, honestly, in the world, a lot of his work is still used to discuss history, right? And let me tell you, as somebody that loves this, like this line of work, it is exceptionally annoying. Because all I ever do is argue about shit like this. I think I also come from a lot of annoyance with a lot of established history putting so much effort to avoid calling anyone queer or communist or anarchist, while being completely comfortable throwing around king, emperor, and God. I'm glad you highlighted this, because you are talking about two fields. You're talking about two different fields. This is something I talk about a lot. You are discussing revisionist history versus traditionalist history. This is here's another bingo one for you guys. I got bingo. Hell yeah. So there are, to understand this kind of field, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a small lesson here, okay? There are groups of topics that get essentially get focused on as fields of either, like, historians look at it and think, we do not understand this. This is very linear, right? This thought process of analyzing stuff this way is a product of essentially a more, like, it's more of a thing that through archaeology, through texts that we learn more about, for like topics or history where people look at it and see clear disconnects from the past writing to now. Like, a good example is, right, a lot of people who were historians during the Cold War in America, right, in the 50s and 60s, could not understand why Cuba and the USSR, despite the pains that they had gone through, why they had been so popular with the people, right? There are a lot of people who look at that and would say, yeah, yeah, there is more to look at here. Because, I mean, you know, here's a good example for the modern day. In 30 or 40 years, historians will be making books about how America constantly kept saying China is about to collapse, China's about to collapse, China's about to collapse, China's about to collapse, over and over and over and over and over again. And we're going to look at that and we're going to have to think, why would we say that so often without anything like this actually happening, right? The end result of the assessment of itself is what determines what needs to be viewed again, right? I've talked about a few of these before. The Dark Ages, as we know it, is a great example of this because we use Dark Age, the Dark Ages, to refer to a time where the beacon of like dominance at that time period was the Roman Empire, right? And a lot of the stuff from the Roman Empire disappears from texts like once there's like a split between the East and West, right? And the West falls. However, I mean, this is more getting into the Enlightenment. In the Enlightenment, they start to say like, oh, Rome was such a smart empire. The fact that all these other barbarian empires come in there and start fucking things up is because of, is because the Romans fell. And they were like, well, nobody else was as smart as the Romans. It's the Dark Ages. That is literally the origins of the Dark Ages. It's literally, our guys were gone. These people are stupid as fuck. And that's obviously, we know that's not true at all. That's why nowadays, we don't even really want to, like, a lot of historians have been using... they have been using they just don't want to call it the Dark Ages anymore. And by the way, the funniest thing about this right here, it explains it. Moreover, the term dark implies less of a void of culture and law, but more a lack of source text in mainland Europe. All the time people argue about this now. It is right-wing freaks. And the funniest thing about that is it is a misunderstanding of history, because all these texts that they're talking about get sent to the Eastern Roman Empire. They're held by the Byzantine Empire until the Byzantine Empire falls, and a lot of these texts get relocated to Italy, right? But feudalism is another great example. I fall into this category too. Essentially, that the concept of feudalism is a like top-down approach of, we look at this thing. It's easy for us to say it's feudalism because they exhibit a lot of the same tendencies, right? But to simply say that like feudalism is a universal state that all these states would go through, that is considered ignorant and considered apathetic. Like, it's considered, we're apathetic to the usage of that because, as an example, there are feudal states that are very close to Britain in how we understand feudalism. But then there's stuff like Kievan Rus, which was classified as a feudal state, but was a lot more like a decentralized group of states in a trench coat, right? Yeah, this is kind of the issue. I think right now we're in a bit of an era for history where we are becoming a lot more strict on this, like the specifics of our information. And I think that's both to further these distinctions, because like it is ignorant ultimately, but it is also like it's just easy for us to say looking back, right? That's my point. But there are a lot that that falls under this category, right? Like a lot. Right here too. Here's another one for America, as an example of America here. The 14,000 members of this association, the AMA, or AHA, however, know that revision is the lifeblood of historical scholarship. History is a continuing dialogue between the present and the past. Interpretations of the past are subject to change in response to new evidence, new questions asked of the evidence, new perspectives gained by the passage of time. There's no single eternal and immutable truth about past events and their meaning. The unending quest of historians is understanding the past. That is, revisionism is what makes history vital and meaningful. And again, like here's another example I'm sure a lot of communists agree with. These and other scholarly voices called for more comprehensive treatment of American history, stressing that the mass of Americans, not simply the power elites, made history. Yet it was mainly white males of the power elite who had the means to attend college, become professional historians, and shape a view of history that served their own class, race, and gender interests at the expense of those not so fortunate, and quite literally to paper over aspects of history they found uncomfortable. It is very obvious, and this is like a dynamic that I'm sure a lot of communists get, but it is also why, you know, oh, you're doing revisionist history, bro. It's an easy way out. What's up, Alex? Got hot buns. Aren't you part of the Camarilla?
Fighting words, newbie. But you're young and stupid, so I won't make an example out of you. See, the Camarilla claims all of us are members, even if we don't want to be, which is, of course, the biggest load of horseshit a man ever heard.
What are you all about?
I learned the way of this world during the Depression. Bunch of old rich bastards screwed the country. But did they suffer? No. The little people suffered. You can't trust the people at the top. The world would be a better place without them. All you can do is get a group of people together who aren't assholes. Find a place to put your feet up and make some examples of the quote-unquote elite to keep the rest the hell out. Everyone's an equal here. The same thing this country used to be about. That's what LA has been. An anarch-free state.
Is this game political?
The Camarilla was kicked out on their ass a long time ago. We, the anarchs, didn't want to play their politics anymore. Now LaCroix and crew pop in like they never left? No goddamn way. Their laws don't apply to us.
Have you tried meeting with the Camarilla? I'm pretty sure most European language never called it the Dark Ages. I feel like, I don't know. It's hard to say because you got to remember it is also like, it is an English dynamic kind of thing, right? But no, Dark Ages is a very general, like, I would say if you, I mean, I would say, yeah, you would, I remember learning about the Dark Ages in Finnish. I don't know. I mean, it's really just about, like, I mean, it's the specification of it to avoid those issues, right? The thing I like about reading history is that at least I know I'm not alone, and that what I'm struggling with was not too different from what someone was in my position struggled with 100 years ago. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like reading a lot of, like, old texts from, you know, even, like, reading Lenin, or, I mean, even if you're reading, like, what? Fanon did most of his work in the 60s, right? It does not matter if you go back to Marx, if you go back to Lenin, if you go back to Fanon, if you go back to Mao, whatever. It's like, there is a very consistent feeling. And I feel like that feeling is, it's always reassuring seeing that feeling kind of established and engaged with. Because I feel like, especially if you're in the West, you're not really taught about, like, leftist, like, you're not really taught that much about labor as a whole, right? Like, It is a very reassuring read, right? But that's again the thing with revisionist history. It's why we do it, because it is literally just like the quote said. It's you are having the most powerful from the top down, pardon me, write their own history. Revisionists just believe history should be told from the bottom up, right? From the masses of the people, not from the elites of the society. That's all.
LaCroix represents everything I hate. The Camarilla, stuck-up aristocrats, rich businessmen...
What's it called in Finnish? It's basically just the Dark Ages, basically. It's just the same thing. Anarchs. Lazy, loudmouth, street-fighting whiners. Truth hurts, doesn't it? This is something you'd see on Twitter.
I got their meeting right here. No such thing. And again, newbie, don't throw those kind of words around lightly. You're risking a beatdown. I fought to keep LA free since I was embraced. A long time later, I'm one of the only ones left.
Hello, NB. Hope you're doing good.
Here's what I tell all the new blood. One, you get careless, that blood will make you into a monster. But you rampage around here, you get...
This stream really is just like 2-hour-long political detours, huh?
There's lots of ways to slake the beast without leaving a trail.
I feel like there will eventually be a point where people will just come in purely to bait me out of the game. You know?
Because a speech ain't gonna save your ass when you're staring down the barrel of a shotgun.
Thanks for all your help, Nines.
LA's the school of hard knocks, so keep your friends close and your enemies in a barbecue pit. Once you square things with LaCroix, don't give that son of a bitch the time of night. I got my eye on you, kid.
Do you think that doesn't happen now? Well, maybe not as intentionally.
Sabat chased you in here, Cammy? Heard Nines saved your ass again. You think LaCroix would have stopped counting his money long enough to get your back, Jack? Cammy, you'd have a whole lot less above your neck if it hadn't been for Nines calling the prince out in that courtroom. Shit. Looks like things worked out with LaCroix anyway. Got himself a new errand girl out of it.
I think we just call it the migration period, or the early Middle Ages in Sweden. I mean, that does make sense though, because, I mean... For you, for the Germanic peoples, it was just the migration period, right? It is that sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? It is a bit of that old school, you know, fuck those Germanic fucks for, you know, taking our shit and killing our Roman Empire. I mean, especially in post-Enlightenment, right? Did I do something to piss you off?
You don't have to say a word to start pissing me off.
Now, what you gotta understand about us Finns is we're racist. I mean, yeah, we are racist. It is, like, unironically, Finland is hella racist.
Cape, Cammy. Camarilla elders? The ones that have been around so long they think candlelight's a keen invention? You're doing their dirty work and you don't even know it.
What alternative do I have?
Alternative? Being here. That's a step in the right direction. I'm Damsel, den mother of these mothers, and one pissed bitch since LaCroix was in.
I don't know about LaCroix.
I don't apologize often, but it's just with all the shit that's been going down lately. And on top of it, this plague bearer getting the CDC's attention, maybe I misjudged you onset.
Understandable. Please tell me what a plague bearer is.
Plague bearer's a fool that doesn't care who they feed from.
I've also heard of Germanic Iron Age.
Sick, but the kind can, and kindred that feed on
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I would still say that Identifier, like, to me, I mean, I don't even really know what they changed the word of the Dark Ages. I forgot what they call it now. They've begun calling it something else. But I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. It's very rare I even engage about it like that. How do you get rid of one?
Seen Old Yeller? May sound cruel, but it's necessary. If someone puts together 2 and 2 as to the real cause of an outbreak of bloodborne diseases, guess what happens? So the plague bearer's gotta be found and put down. If the Camarilla
It is, for sure.
help us out.
But I mean,
One of our boys' ghouls, name's Paul, lives nearby in a skyline apartment.
I feel like,
Looked like death last time he was here.
I don't know.
Saved him a bit, but maybe you can get more info out of him.
it's hard for me to say. It's that era of history is so annoying, and we're already like,
Wait, if Paul's not talking,
we're already doing the thing where we're reevaluating Romans, like the Roman Empire, the history of the Roman Empire, with like modern day cultural understandings, and it's been discussing it so fucking annoying. I get so mad every time now. It just feels like I'm doing spell checks for people now, you know? It's made me realize how painful it is changing your information like that.
What? Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Why?
Oh, you do? Well, believe me. You're after my aluminum cans, aren't you? But you're not gonna get them.
Yeah.
Get away!
Let me give you money.
Okay. All I know is that old Tin Can Bill
Spell check me, teach.
jabbering about some kind of monster that took him somewhere and got him sick.
I mean, it's just annoying because it's like people are taught not to they're taught to try to learn and improve upon things, but they also do not understand the idea of getting more information and revising an older assessment on things, right? Again, Edward Gibbon time. This motherfucker says Rome fell in 476 because everyone was Christian and there were Jewish people there, and that's it. The modern day thought process is more that there was a general culture shift over like 60 to 70 years, purely built out of like a distinction made by the Eastern Roman Empire about 30 to 40 years after. Essentially, the question of modern day Roman analysis for that period is, do you believe that if the society considers itself Roman still calls itself Roman, continues the Roman structures of society, but the top of the empire is half Germanic? That is essentially, do you believe that the American empire fell when Obama became president? Is basically his excuse, is his equivalent of understanding history. That is literally the same kind of shit. It is just a pure different person at the top. That's it. It's like that old school shit. Is that you, Betty? It's not Betty, Bill.
Yeah, I might be able to.
It was actually Reagan. True.
But I'm awful thirsty tonight, miss. Would you spare $5 for a man who's been down on his luck?
Sure.
Thank you much.
Thoughts on the gold medals men hockey game will be USA versus Canada. I think Canada will win. And yeah, they'll brag about it forever. You'll just have 100 people on Twitter and Blue Sky saying like look at us win our gold medal. Look at our country. Our country's cooler than yours. And then you'll have someone who agrees with the statement. They'll do a joke like, yeah, Canada is cooler than America. And then they'll do that face like, you know?
Seen eyes like that before.
Still giving me bad dreams.
If they don't, y'all are getting annexed.
He grabbed me, threw me over his shoulder, took me to
Lyndon Johnson and Bush are good candidates too. Oh, for the decline of America?
worse than anything and then he bit me. My neck. Oh God. It was
I don't know. I think
too much after that.
I mean Reagan is a huge block for sure. Bush definitely. I do think you could argue Obama just for like the enabling a lot of the Bush era shit too.
Came up through the sewers, he did. Just around the corner there.
Jumbo!
Bad place, friend. Don't let the monster come back and take me there.
I won't. Bill, stay with me. Everything's gonna be all right. Don't worry, Bill. Someone's gonna pay for this. What? Oh, he's dead. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Reagan is just, he's too easy. He's too easy of a target. Like, the amount of shit and like the wide the net that the net of shit Reagan did is just so wide, it's crazy. That I honestly don't even know where to start if we're talking about Reagan. Forget that my new thing is to defend Reagan. I'm stuck. Okay. Well, that's okay. I feel like we need like a, you know how the Democratic Party has like a recurring cast of politicians to just be like villain of the week, monster of the week? We need like a conservative of the week or like a lib of the week in here. I think it'd be great if we had like a rotating villain structure like that. I think that could bring a lot of great discussions. You want a token lib? No. I just want to talk. I'm underwater. Talk about what? The poll data? I don't know. I'll be honest. I think I miss talking to a liberal and seeing their progression through politics. I think I long for that a little bit. Is this the... Are we rat maxing? I'm trying to find this fella down here. A project lib like people get project cars. Yeah. Yeah, like, come on, isn't that a great idea? Isn't that actually a great idea, though? Like, having... You gotta throw in the lib first, and then throw in the conservative after. And then, afterwards, will be a lot happier with the liberal. And, you know, we can all talk about it. Oh, I found you. Hello.
On your way down here, did you? Following the smell of
Hey, thanks for the resub, honeydew. I really appreciate it.
little bloodsucker. There's meat galore in my kingdom.
Who the hell are you?
Brother Canker, they call me. High Lord in the diseased halls of the dead. Look around you. The blood. The bloated bodies.
How about forgetting completely the label and liberal and make decisions based on what is right? With dictators at the least, you don't get shitty group mentality. That's true. I mean, realistically, okay. If I were to engage this genuinely,
Sick. Hopeless.
I have been actually, I have been impressed by the libs in America recently.
Truth in their veins.
I think I'm seeing a whole new popular front in the 2026 era.
Dawn is almost upon us. Come, join us in these last nights, spreading our disease upon the earth, sharing this unholy communion with our human herd.
Sorry, I've had a drink. I had to make a statement. No, you're good. You're good. True story. I want to make this very clear. I actually love talking about politics with people. Probably because all I do is talk about politics and history. So, I don't know, just even talking to libs and talking about if they are people who are just willing to listen, I mean, they're cool. Everyone's got their own process, you know? Their path, their journey. You know, any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. I was close. I don't know what kind of left I am. I didn't learn all the ones. Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, to me, like, it's easy to lean into identifiers for stuff like that, but like really right now, it doesn't even matter, really. Like, the differences in a lot of these ways right now is very minimal, right? I poke with a Romulo with takes for like 3 hours, and then other chatters apologize for doing it once. No, it's... No. You're good. I really want to make it clear that, like, I don't want this to feel like a place where you have to hesitate to share things, or like you have to be hesitant to share information, you know? Okay. Watch the... Hold on. Okay. Me kill now. Nope. I'm gonna use the arm. Whatever. I mean, honestly, I've said this before. I like to talk about this stuff, and I like discussing the history of things. Like, it is a big passion of for me. But I do I don't know. I do always feel weird just because it's not really how I advertise myself, I guess. But if you guys enjoy it, that makes me very happy. I would just say, like, if you have a moral... I just care about... I like people who have moral, you know, perspectives on things. That's all. Oh my god, get fucking... That was footsies. Perhaps you should advertise yourself that way. I mean, I don't know. I'm blood buffing. Yeah, I've always been a morals first kind of person for like what I like what I aim for. I'm that bitch. What does that do? Oh, that's for the gate. I think it's hard to successfully advertise as a communist revisionist historian. Well, it would be. I mean, it's not about that I have hesitation with. It's more... I mean, I'm not really afraid to discuss my politics or like to put myself out there as a Marxist. Just because, I mean, I think that becomes a lot less intimidating if you have an ideological basis. Right? Yeah, exactly. No, I 100% agree. It's just not a lot of people get that. But, I mean, like, for advertising myself, I mean, I just struggle to advertise myself in general. Period. It's less about being a communist. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is about being a communist, but not really in the same way. No, I don't think that would happen. I don't, like... I don't think that, I don't necessarily think that people who hate watch would last that long in here. And I don't think we really would put up with it. I also think I'm just like not a good target for stuff like that. Like, not to say that I'm, you know, John Cena, you think you're untouchable. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's not really something I do not, it's just not something that I fear, I guess. I genuinely struggle more internally with the thought surrounding, like, I do not care if my stream like blows up and gets like very big. It would be cool, but I don't want it to be out of like me having to change myself or something. And I think already that blocks a lot of like those kind of vibes. Hey. Ouch.
Did you see it? 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 Did you see it?
What'd you see?
These two guys, the dead guy and the other, and they showed up. I've been living here, so I hid. I thought maybe they was owners or cops come to clean the place out.
I mean, I feel like most of the people that are least informed about communism are the ones that will be arguing about it. So like, I just don't think that this is, like, I feel like for people who get preyed upon by hate watchers, you gotta be like someone who is easy to flare up. You know what I mean? You gotta be somebody that you read something that truly pisses you off and you cannot stop yourself. I have that, but it's a lot more specific. And I think being trans on the internet gives you a buff to random freaks coming up to you to say weird shit. Or at least it did for me. I'll be a good boy and forget everything you saw here. I'm doing it for him. Yikes. Did I just get another car stereo? Yes. I mean, I don't even know Sajam's politics, but he passes the smell test for me because he has morals, or he has like principles, you know? And he's always been very firm on those principles, so I do have trust for that fella Sajam. I didn't even know you could get up here. Wait. Oh. No. Yeah, it is. It is like, I don't know, like, I don't... The thing is, I think people tend to view politics a little too linearly. For a lot of people, especially like working class people, I think of it more a bit of as like a journey of your progression, you know? Whereas like, you know, I remember when I was a lot younger, I was a lot more optimistic about the chances of reforming the system, right? And I'm sure there's a lot of other leftists in here who were, when they were younger, they also had a very similar process. And I think that's a bit out of like not understanding the history as well as I could, but also you know, I mean, it's ultimately a lack of education in some shape or form, whether that be like a real lived world, like a real lived experience, or a, you know, an educational one. Yeah, exactly. I think there's like another issue in how like politics is kind of viewed very black and white, when I want people to be able to grow and learn, and you know, even if you're not super familiar with this now, like if you change and grow, like that is a good thing. That is like what I want to see, you know? Hey.
Greetings, neonate. Might I assume you received my invitation? I have been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time.
Yeah, I got it.
Strauss. Maximilian Strauss. I am the regent of this chantry. Welcome.
What's the word on the
Let
street,
me give you
Max?
some advice, young one. Your survival in kindred society will often depend
Yeah,
on your
exactly.
ability to find out yourself what is going on around you.
I mean, I get it. You know,
As for what is
my
going on here in downtown, the word on
my dad, like the fall of the USSR really killed a lot of confidence people had on the left for a long time. Like, I would say, at least in North America, this is probably the most dominant the left has kind of been for a while. Maybe since, like, Obama's election.
Yes, indeed.
Would you wear glasses like that? I probably would. They just, I don't know. I feel like they would hurt my eyes. Like, I feel like they'd be too small for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like the aesthetic.
I see. Most disappointing, neonate. You seem to show a startling lack of concern when choosing your associates in this new life.
Yeah, exactly.
I pray that their lawless proclivities do not ultimately affect your own standing among your other peers.
Whatever. I'm down with the Anarchs. I don't buy your Camarilla crap. Later. My parents went from Sweden actively supporting the Viet Cong to US having NATO bases. You gotta get those new glasses, Saboteur. I'm banning you from gifting subs until you get your glasses. How does this work? I feel like I'm getting mixed. Ah! Who's shooting? Begging to become a vampire so I could wear this cool ass glasses. Oh shit. What?
Who's there?
What's going on? Are they wearing the same exact clothes? They must feel like shit. Calmest night in downtown LA? That's true. Lucky Star Motel. Gotta go to Damsel.
Get away from my stuff.
I know, right? I mean, it was just the fashion of the day. I love that dress. It's been 5.5 hours. Sure, I'm on a roll. Yeah, well, I've been kind of having fun discussing politics. Believe it or not. What are you doing? I feel like downtown LA would not be this dead at like even midnight. What is that? Beachside Boom. I did that. Hey.
What's up, sister? You enlightened?
Yeah.
Sorry, sister. Come back when you've become enlightened.
Man, fuck that. Everyone's on the highway? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Thanks a lot for everyone who's been hanging out while I've been doing the longer streams. I always appreciate everyone showing up. It is very humbling to be streaming the same sort of shit for 3 years. And, I mean, 2.5 years, really, now. And having a lot of the same viewership. What? I didn't... Oh, I frenzied. Oops. I gotta go. Reload. Why did that happen? I was too hungry. Thanks for watching me commits a crime. Yeah. Oh, I think it's because I accidentally hit blood buff. Well, how about I stop here for today? It's been almost 6 hours. It's the weekend, you know? I'm a criminal streamer. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I guess. It's only a will crime. Well, thanks a lot for hanging out. I know, almost 6 hours on a Friday. I'm making this painless for you guys, huh? I'm making this easy. I'm going to send you guys over to Big Yellow. It looks like Big Yellow, they're doing a subathon, so go support them. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Hope you guys have a wonderful night, a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. Remember to take your meds. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys again on Monday. Same time as always. Peace.